What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? I think I figured out how to do this to Instagram. What's happening? What's happening? Yeah, this is short news, but a bit of a shocker. Y'all come on in here if y'all can and hit that like button. We are finally live streaming to Instagram. At least I can see it. How's everybody doing? Y'all come in and hit that like button. I know this is pretty early. Let me make sure all of this is still going on the other end. Is it working? Oh, come on, Instagram. Y'all come in the chat if you can. Let me know if you can see and hear. Hit the 4, please. Let me know if y'all can see and hear as you come in. Oh my goodness. If you guys can hear, just please let me know. Hit the 1, fold something. What's going on, XM? How you doing? What's happening? Thank y'all so much for tuning in. It is early, as you all can see. We had a bit of a life change event today. Lord have mercy. Come on in and hit the like button if you can. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Hello, me. Hello, you. How's it going? I'm all right, XM, right? What I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's not even bothering me. I'm gonna give a life event update in the live stream to so that people can see why I'm going live early. Seems like God wants me to be doing this full time. I guess you can't make this up. Y'all come on in and hit that like button. Come on in, everybody. Speak to everybody. I want to get up. What is this on X? You can't, boy, this stuff never ends over here. It never ends on X. It never ends. The Daily Mail, they done obviously messed up. You can't make this up. Y'all come on in if you can. Hey, Mindy. How you doing? Shout out to the mods, you all. Everybody speak to everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Gotta give a bit of a life update. Life change event. You guys come on in, come on in, come on in. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. We're finally live streaming to Instagram. Candace is big mad, I heard. Candace, you know, the bots of the cult members are really having tantrums. They having a hard time trying to figure out how laws work. Are they having a hard ass time trying to figure out how laws work? We got it, Mindy, and it's so funny. The video you just tagged me on, is it Robbie Starbuck or somebody? Yeah, we're gonna check that out. Now we still have Continue Freedom joining us this evening, but we had a bit of a life change event that happened today while I was out. If I try my best not to show if I'm not feeling well, if I'm just sick or something like that. You guys can just tell in my demeanor if I'm just tired. But today I was not feeling well, and I was like, I'm gonna have to spruce myself up because I do not want to miss hanging out with Continue Freedom with Jared from Continue Freedom today. But you know how you start praying and asking God, okay, God, if this situation is not good for me, either remove me from the situation or remove the situation from me or whatever. Yeah, and then God said, okay, cool. That's why I'm not too upset, I guess. But today I got released from my job. So YouTube will be my main source of income until I find another one. I believe in working. It's just that this one was really costing me, especially with my health. And I thought I would be more sad, and I'm not. It's like I'm not. Maybe this is the drive I need to do be able to get to doing this full time. That means Candace. That means I get to keep my foot on your neck throughout the day. Cause see, the thing was, it was hard for me to have time to do research and to do breakdowns, go over court documents like I enjoy doing. Now we get to do that in between looking for something. So if you guys want to support the channel, you can. It would be appreciated for sure. But yeah, that's a whole nother story, y'all. I can't even begin with that. But oh my God, it's another reason why I hate working for women. Woo, we can get so trifling sometimes. Working for a guy in a work environment is a lot better. Working for a man is a lot better than working for women. I don't know why, but I don't know. Maybe people have issues working for men too. Me personally, I didn't. I think I've had like two or three male managers, and they pretty much for the most part have been you know real easy. It wasn't one of them got weird, but it wasn't like the stuff that women put each other through. Ooh, child, we can. I think everybody can say that. Anybody that work for a woman, me being a black woman, I work for a lot of black women. I hate working for black women. I love black people, but I hate working for black women. I really do. Because oh my God, talk about trifling. It's crazy. So yeah, I my bachelor's degree is in biology pre-med. I have worked in healthcare. Um, but the last position was in finance. So um, like I said, I'm definitely going to be looking for something else. But in the meantime, I do want to do this full time. I do want to take the independent journalism up to the next level. When I have the time and opportunity to put research together, and then in combination with what you all send me, I love doing those exposés. I love them. I think that is true journalism when you're able to gather information and facts, documentation, present it well, and hopefully people learn something from that. Not sit here and talk about the Mormon mafia. Well, what is that? Candace. Candace, life itself, get a helmet. Candace, I got to let go today from my job. Now I'm sure you and the candy asses will be excited to hear that. I don't know why. Even the more of a reason why I'm sending out this invoice about my $7,000. Because where's that money again? Where's that money at? But there's no reason for you to be throwing a tantrum. I'm looking for another job now again, all over again. If anybody has the right to throw a tantrum, it's me, Candace. You idiot. So we got to get to this Daily Mail thing. I don't know what's going on. So you guys make sure you're hitting the like button for sure. Hit the like button. My forte is around financial analyst. That's kind of my the bulk of my work experience. Even though the setting primarily was healthcare setting, this last one was government. So um, yeah, that oh child, we micromanage. Yeah, I say we because I've never been a manager at all. But like I said, I love black people, and women can be cool, but not in managerial roles if they don't carry it well. Like you got to be able to carry yourself well. That's why there is a great level of admiration for Erica Kirk because For her to just have to take on that role in the manner to which she did, and to carry it well, and to show compassion and empathy for her staff and employees, it's amazing. That somebody like her I will work for, but you can't work for everybody. Mm-mm. And we got a new director that came in, and she's been here only what 3 or 4 months. I think she was since December. She's been about 7 months. She first of all came in as a temporary in a temporary position. She became permanent just last month, and I knew she was going to try to do that because I had to file a complaint. Um, and it's a long story. I actually did a video recording of a meeting just because I know they was in the wrong. I have it. I can probably put it on the members only channel so you all can see that. You know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. So if you're a member, you'll be able to see this video. Well, I had to record them basically trying to tell me that my doctor's request for an accommodation was just garbage. I guess who knows. You're like, if your doctor says you have a ADA accommodation and you probably should be doing XYZ, and the employer should accommodate that. The audacity of anybody that did not go to medical school, that is not my doctor, tell me, well, you should be able to do this and that should be irrelevant. Hmm. Oh no, it's because it's just my personal. That's just this is all based on my personal requests. It's what I want. We overriding doctors. That's when I started praying and saying, God, either remove me or remove the stress out of my life. And I guess today he did it. But yes, if you guys would like to support the channel, Supers, Cash App, Zelle, just scrolling below. We're on the road to getting 50,000 Luxters. And by God, we will be getting it. And you guys know I have no problem working hard here. I believe in working hard in general. I've been working since I was 14, so I will be looking for something in the meantime, unless something happens and whatever revenue I get from YouTube is able to cover my bills every month. Because I actually enjoy this and be able to work for myself. The Lady Luck Club LLC, I'm definitely getting that copyrighted soon. So make sure that I can say that is my own personal business. So there's some things that I've been wanting to do that I guess God is saying, okay, now you got time to do it. If that makes sense. But in the meantime, I still got StreamYard, YouTube subscription, X.com, because Elon Musk is weird, internet, light bill, expenses to keep the channel flowing. So ways to donate is scrolling. But most of all, let YouTube pay me. Hit that like button and make sure this video stays up in that algorithm. That is the best blessing that is for free that you all can give me. And I appreciate it. I appreciate you all supporting me as well and tuning in. You could be watching anyone else, but you guys choose to hang out with me. And I say thank you all so much for that. I'm trying to find that video because I had it saved. I'm going to put that in the members only. Where is it? I sure am. Because I was like, you can't make this stuff up. I'm just sitting there in the meeting like, these people trying to override a doctor. Dog, that's it. And then we're gonna get to this Daily Wire thing. Is it Daily Wire or Daily Mail? Daily Mail. Is anyone able to pull that article? Because I'm seeing a bunch of ads. The Daily Mail. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to find this video. I know I have it private. What's it unlisted? It's unlisted. Oh, here it is. I see it. Okay. I just put it to the channel. So y'all can see what I have been going through. I'm like, you just can't make this stuff up. And Georgia's a one-party consent state, so I didn't need their permission to do anything. Um, yeah, you can't make this stuff up. I had to record it. It was regarding my ADA. I was like, these people out of their mind. So now, if you're a member, you can watch the video, and you all can see what happened. Oh man. Oh yeah. I lost it. Yeah, it's today. Today they actually wanted me to come to the office. I wasn't feeling well, and I told them that. Um, and they just did it over virtual. So but you guys will see if you have a membership, you can see the video of what's been going on. You don't fire people because of or terminate people because of ADA or medical issues. You can't do that, but they did. So uh, that's why I'm like, I, I don't feel as sad as I thought I should. I don't know. It's crazy. Erica Kirk is just like my ex-wife. That harpy tried to smother me in my sleep. What's a harpy? Is that a new language? Narlin, is it Narlinda? Y'all sit here and obsess over her, especially the dudes, because they know she's a pretty girl. Narlinda, just admit you find her to be beautiful. Just admit it. Narlinda, life is tough. Get a helmet. Okay, did she say this? Narlinda, life is tough. Yeah, get a helmet, okay? You can't make this. Y'all, come on, let's get to this article. Oh, life is tough. Get a helmet. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, let's go to X. Because X is, oh, they so big bad over there. Oh, they not happy. Oh, the baby's so bad. All the bots. The cult members and the bottist. They are on one today, y'all. The bots are on one today. Candace, your whole cult is falling apart. All of them. Did y'all know the Utah the police department, where the sergeant works, is accepting complaints because of Candace's doxing? Something she has been doing for 8 years. Her cult members refuse to accept it. They're like, Lady Luck Club, that's not what it states. She's a journalist. First of all, she's not. And if she has a journalism degree, why can't she post it? We've been asking for her to show her degree. Wouldn't that validate her being a journalist if she obtained a degree in journalism? Wouldn't that validate it? Hit the phone. Because I thought if you get a degree in journalism and then you actually go out and work in the field of journalism, then wouldn't you want to show people your credentials? One of them being a degree in journalism. Am I alone in that logic? Because that's logic and common sense God gave a Billy Goat. There is no way something like that is just too hard for people to digest. Can't make this shit up. You got a degree in journalism. Post it up on the wall. Just show us the damn degree, girl. You can't call yourself a journalist. Enhance that. And you don't show anybody. No, you're just a liar and a gossiper. Candace doesn't present facts. We're still waiting on the Egyptian plane BS. What was that supposed to be, Candace? A Microsoft Excel spreadsheet? What type of data are we thinking about here with this Egyptian plane you said you were going to post and you never posted? Where are the receipts for that assassination hit from the French government and Club de Sant? Are you ever going to tell us the name of that high-ranking French government employee? This is the buffoonery of it all. These are the same morons that don't want to read laws because laws are laws. Like it doesn't matter that the police sergeant is a public figure or goes in and testifies. When Candace always has the intent to harass has been doing this repetitively for 8 years. And this is not her first LEO she's doxxed. Tree of Logic was a law enforcement officer as well and had two people looking for her to unalive her. And what did Candace do? Doxed her. This was 8 years ago, and Candace hasn't stopped. We should not have to worry about kids at a college campus being doxxed because they were wearing a green hoodie. And it's not just putting their photo out, it's what comes behind it. So, what precedes that is the harassment, the bullying, the targeting, the death threats, kidnapping threats. That's not something that college kids should have to worry about. And Candace has been nasty all her life. Candace, you gonna keep telling us how you had to go live with some boyfriend at 14 years old? You just gonna stop lying about it? Oh, Candace, now I have more time during the day to report on you, dumbass. And the bots think that's all I talk about. I have a whole channel of other things, but no, they never listen to the other stuff because reasons. Can't make this up. All right, y'all. Let me get to this. Where is it? I think you just tagged me on something. You tagged me on some, Mindy. Now shout out to the mods in the LLC. As y'all come in, hit that like button. We are now streaming on Instagram as well. Oh, there you go. Don't stop. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Don't stop. At LLC, that was in my prayer. I left at the beginning of your live of the day about God opening doors that no man or the devil could close. LLC, if God takes you to it, God will get you through it. He sure will. Let the church say amen. Amen to that. Because I've been praying that same prayer myself. Amen to that. And I think God is just like, there's something I want you to do here. And if you need time to do it, then let me give you some time. Take away the thing that's distracting you. Now, it's not to say that God wants me to be homeless, but if this be the route that I'm to take in doing this full time, this might be the opportunity that God has given me to do it. And I just pray that He bless it and sanctify it. In Jesus' name. Amen. Y'all ready? I appreciate that. Thank you, Don't Stop. Appreciate that. She had a degree in psychopath. Candace. Okay, thank you so much. Everything happens for the best, LLC. We don't think so at the time. God works all things for our good. He does. He does. He does. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Jen Lee. Just came across your live streaming. I love that people are finally standing up to Candace Owens. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, that warms my heart. How you doing, realtor? That happened to me with my job I was at for 6 years. I was on short-term health issues, and I say let go. I was upset the first day. Yeah, I mean, and that's what happened with me here. I had medical documentation from my doctor for the ADA, and they flat out just ignored it. They did not want to honor it. They didn't care, and I figured, they had this interim director that became permanent last month. And as soon as I had an EEO complaint within the agency that I filed, because it's separate from the federal EEO. This is like employee relations, their EEO. And they finalized the investigation last week and said there was no retaliation. And then the day I get the call, I said, you all claimed there was no retaliation. And yet today, as soon as this was finalized, they called me saying that they're letting me go. And they can't say why. Can't make this up. Then they start off with, oh, you did a great job and you did a lot of things and you did well. And it wasn't your work performance, but your work performance was, it was, it was a little, I mean, we know you were out sick. I'm out sick today. What are you talking about? Thank you. And that's the thing, employers don't care, especially if they are in a right to hire, right to fire state. Like My state is they can just let you go and not even give you a reason. So we're gonna be looking for a new one in the meantime. If things get bad to the point where I have to just go full fledged on with it, that once again puts me in a position where I have to take away time from this, and I don't want to do that. I want to work for myself. I want to work for myself. I want to work on getting that LLC incorporated and making this a full blown business. The Lady Luck Club LLC. Yep, that's what I want to do. Yeah, it is. That will stick suck. Yep, it does. So thank y'all so much for the encouraging words. I appreciate that, and for your prayers. Please make sure you keep me in your prayers. I'll keep you all in my prayers. I appreciate all of you all. Thank you all so much for uh the support. Okay, I appreciate you all. So let's get to this. Hit that like button, you all, for me. That's the thing you can do. Where is it? I can't believe that they. Um, I was just looking at it. Andrew COVID, right? And then who posted it up? Oh God. He said, I didn't tell y'all. He said, y'all didn't try to reach out to me. Was it Andrew COVID? Oh God. Can you retag me? Mindy, you mind? On his post. He put up a post today about this Daily Mail thing. Nah, they don't like rules or laws. Not at all. And I can't even pull up the Daily Mail article. Is anyone else having issues pulling that up? Oh, be nice. Oh, come now. Be nice. I told y'all the cat has all these so bad they throw tantrums. Oh, they so pissed. Hell, they don't like laws. Where is it? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's another one about the Daily Mail. Did we see that? Did he post that up or was it someone else? Let me go. I know Britta posted it. How do I get that thing? Yeah, y'all. Can y'all believe I'm still trying to figure out Twitter X? Okay, we got that. Okay, we'll check that one out. But it was another one. Oh, okay, here it is. This is it. So Britta posted LMAO. The Daily Mail article was a complete farce. The story was so bad that the Daily Mail had to make major updates to it once confronted with the facts, including retracting their claim that their source was a member of the Kirk family. Man, and listen, we went over that. Didn't we go over that last night? I was like, this seems off. Why would they do that? Why would they just go out and just tell somebody what she said? Because I said that. I said, man, it just doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense to me for them to just come out of nowhere. They hadn't said anything at all. And then just come out of nowhere talking about Erica Kirk said that she's a bitch. Like, what? Where that came from? Like, they don't seem like the type of people that get into all that BS. They lost their son. They're grieving. As a mother, I listen, let me tell you something. The last thing I'm thinking about is somebody gossiping on X. They not stunned Candace. Look how long it took Erica Kirk to even acknowledge her dumb ass and say her name. And I was like, I don't envision Charlie Kirk's parents being the type of parents that are going to go out here and engage in that type of buffoonery. It was just like, it's like kitty gossip, right? Like they too old for that. It doesn't seem like that's how they operate. Why would they even say something at this point? You know, look what it stirs up. Like I didn't get that discernment about these two, about his parents. So, I mean, based on all the videos and stuff we've been talking about with Charlie Kirk so far, it seemed like he was a pretty serious guy when he needed to be, right? When he needed to be serious, he was serious. But I couldn't imagine his parents just saying to some random reporter with the Daily Mail, "Yeah, Erica Kirk be calling her a bitch." You ain't hear that from me. You ain't heard this from me, but she said she's soulless and a ghoul. I mean, I don't see his parents acting like that. I just don't. It's hard for me to visualize his parents being gossipy like that. And I thought the Daily Mail was reputable. Are they not? Aren't is that the same thing? Well, I'm thinking about the Hill. Do they have any ties to the Daily Wire? The Daily Mail? No, that's two separate things, right? Who's the Daily Mail? Yeah, I promise you, when I tried to come over here, see, look at this. I tried to come over here to look at that. They make you sign, they want you to subscribe, start a trial, sign up, pay for this BS, and they got to do a retraction. Erica Kirk's private tirades against podcaster Candace amid bitter public feud. It's not a public feud. Candace is having a public feud with herself. And no, Candace, you're doing this to yourself. Erica Kirk does not want to go back and forth with you. You don't have to like what's going on in the courtroom. Facts are facts, laws are laws, and neither of those things care how anybody feels. Life is tough. Get a helmet. So for them to sit here and to bring in Charlie Kirk's parents, it's almost like they were lying to try to get validity to this BS. And they knew damn well they didn't have a source. Who told them this? This is Connor Boyd, associate editor. Connor Boyd ought to be ashamed of himself. None of this is journalistic integrity at all. Because regardless of whom your source might be, even if you want them to remain anonymous, the data, the documentation, the facts, the information they provide should be corroborated. I should be able to prove this to be a set of facts. If it's my opinion, I will tell you that. It is in my opinion that Candace Owens is a whole bitch. Now, you don't have to hear that from Charlie Kirk's parents, Candace. You're hearing it from everyone else. The entire world is calling Candace a bitch. Why are you mad about that, girl? Why does that bother you, Candace? It's not your first time being called a bitch. Look, I see how I respond to somebody calling me that. I'm laughing at that. What do the world is supposed to stop revolving around the sun because Erica Kirk might see you as a soulless ghoul and a bitch. I mean, you kidding me? Candace, if you don't get over it, you can't have sit here and have 6 million bots and not have a spine. Girl, please. How many times I call her a heifer? Every other word, I'm calling her a dumb heifer. You'll be fine. I've been called the same stuff. Whatever. Child. And now she want to be, listen, because she know it's trucy stuff. Now she want to get all up in a tizzy. Y'all see how this is like you can't even go on this article like this. What is the Daily Mail? What are they doing? So I went to this is an article that kind of goes over that. Reality T. I don't even know what that is. They got ass everywhere. Can't make this up. And see here, all this stuff here. Why go out and just run with this and you're not vetting? That's the problem. Candace doesn't vet. You think she vets her tip line? Cold-blooded Christian was able to get her on the phone 3 times. She's not vetting. She is not vetting. And she knows it. She doxed a police sergeant just to talk about something with Mormon Mafia. What the hell is that? Candace, that's so stupid. You're not even trying. You would think she was just like, okay, let me concoct a whole nother story out of nowhere. Dealing with, Mrs. Winter's chicken and biscuits or something. We're just going to pick a random fast food restaurant and then say That we saw Tyler Robinson at Dairy Queen, but did y'all see him go to Church's Chicken? Just in case y'all missed it, he went to Church's Chicken. He got a 4-piece special with the honey glazed biscuits, jalapeno pepper juice, mashed potatoes, and coleslaw. Good. Popeye's chicken or Church's Chicken. Can't make this up. Are you gonna tell us? You know what's more interesting, Candace? Let me help you out. What's more interesting is you telling us how George got that damn black eye. Do you understand how many views that would get if you were to tell us? Here's the story of George's black eye and my broken foot. You know, the one that you were putting in a boot, trailing around in the airport with. Went to speak at something dealing with Catholicism or whatever. If you did a video on that, you would get a lot more views. Because we all want to know, how did George get this black eye? Are you really whooping on his ass? Candace, your in-laws are gonna beat your butt. She doesn't even know how to do this. Candace, I've been telling you, you're bad at this. You are bad at this. You lying like hell like that is not even necessary. You just lie for the sake of lying. It's that pathological lying for me. Lying for the sake of lying. But if you tell us how George got that black eye and how you broke your foot, you would get like 2 million views on that video. And you don't even have to lie about it. Just tell us what the hell happened. You would get 2 million views on that. She doesn't even know how to do this. That's the only tip I'm giving you for the rest of the year, Candace. Never say I never gave you nothing, you dumb, demonic alien. Lord have mercy. Just tell us how George got the black eye. Girl, we don't talk about anything else. So, needless to say, we can't even see the article from the Daily Mail without a subscription. This is basically repeating what it said and how their source was his parents. Like the Daily Mail reported, Erica recently attended 5 days of preliminary hearings in Utah, where she became face-to-face for the first time with Tyler Robinson, the man accused of fatally shooting Charlie Kirk during the speaking event at UVU in September 25. According to a family friend, who is that? Because Candace calling you all saying, "Hey, it's me. I'm a family friend. I don't know if you know this, but Erica Kirk claimed that Candace Owens is a soulless ghoul and a bitch. Don't tell nobody I said this to you. Can you block my number? Please never trace it." You got George in the background. Make me a sandwich, dear. What are you doing? No, nothing. Nothing. None of that. Candace, can you make me a sandwich? And just make it a double for Milo. We're toasting to Andrew Tate. He's in jail. Candace, you calling them people? Until you prove otherwise, you call them. We have no reason to say that this was not the work of Candace Owens. This got Candace Owens all over it. Candace Owens all over this. Yeah, make this make sense. George all in the background. You need to tell me the Daily Mail didn't hear George's deep voice in the background. 4 kids running around the house crying and screaming, talking about, "Mom, my squishmallow. Mom." Candace not even take care of them babies. She's too busy trying to prank call the Daily Mail. Candace, until you prove otherwise, you did it. This was a piss poor attempt, Candace, you moron. So that family friend is more than likely Candace Owens pretending. Oh my God. Erica had expected to feel anger towards Robinson, but instead experienced overwhelming sadness the source told the publication. That sounds like you, Candace. This is your speech pattern. Using big words that you can't define. That still makes no sense. To sound smart. The source told the publication she thought she was really going to be angry and mad, to really hate him, but she didn't. She just felt really sad. What? Can't Candace. Y'all can't tell Candace said this. Oh my God. Yeah, listen. Here's what great journalists do. Because all the dumbass cult members think that Candace is a journalist. She is not. But I am. You have to pay attention to speech patterns. Most times, the way a person speaks is how they are going to write, express their ideas. Some people shortcut everything, get a lot of acronyms and all of that. Candace has the mind of a 14-year-old. Like she'll call someone a bitch out of nowhere. Or just say something really dumb knowing that it's not true because she wants the engagement. She wants the clicks and the views. What better way to get it than to call someone anonymous at the Daily Mail, pretend to be a close family friend to Charlie Kirk's parents and Erica Kirk, and then tell them some bullshit like this. Candace is manufacturing drama right before our very eyes. Because guess what? She will not be able to do. Prove that she did not call. Candace, are you prepared to show your call logs? From the phone company. Not anything you create and make up from an app. No, I want your call logs from your phone company. Because how else would you prove you didn't call? And don't think deleting it gets rid of it on the other end. It doesn't. What you think you're deleting out of your phone, the phone company will still have. Advancement in technology is something else. They got servers. So we want your phone company's phone log. Yep. Because otherwise, Candace called them and said all this crap. Because she's running out of content. Candace, you could just read something and talk about it. They just tell us how George got that black eye. So all this stuff, as you all can hear, it sounds like stuff she would say. I mean, this is her vernacular. It's how she speaks. The friend added that Erica even felt compassion for Robinson's family because 2 families were destroyed that day. We all know that. Candace tells us things that we know and then tries to pose it as a fact, like some piece of information that's groundbreaking. No one knew this but me. And I'm the first to break this news out. No, you're the first to lie about it. Publicly, Owens has questioned the official narrative surrounding Charlie Kirk's death since the shooting because she wants all the attention on her, suggesting without evidence that TPUSA insiders may know more than they publicly disclosed. The outlet also noted that Owens launched her Bride of Charlie series in February, examining Erica's childhood, family, and relationship with Charlie through multiple episodes. She just went on and on and on and blah, 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 and can't prove a damn thing. Let's see here. The publication reported that Owens and Erica attempted to repair their relationship during a private meeting in Nashville in December. Who would know that? Y'all be the jury for a minute. Who would know this? If you claim that you went out and you recorded an interaction. Shout out to all y'all coming in. Thank y'all so much. How y'all doing? Shout out to the moms up in here. Ronna, I see you. Sass, I see you. Thank y'all so much. Keep me in your prayers, honey. What's going on, Katrina? Tiara, how you doing? What's going on, CC? Nikki B? I see y'all up in here. Thank y'all so much. Hit that like button as you come in. We're live now on Twitter X as well as Instagram. Look at God. What's going on, Mackenzie? See, Star, did I get you? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to miss anybody, y'all. I just went into this. Right, one eye girl, how you doing? Yeah, Candace Key has to keep the money train going since her Charlie train ended with the preliminary hearing. I know, right? Gotta keep it going, Candace. Unfortunately, you're not a journalist and you're not smart enough to keep it going on your own. Can't make this up. What's going on, Bella? And apple pie. What's happening? What's happening? To all those that are coming in, yes, I'm early today because now I'm in between jobs. Umar and I both need to be looking for a job. Fortunately for me, hopefully this can become my full-time gig and I can turn this into my own business. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. But in the meantime, I'm definitely a woman of reason. If I need to get another job, I sure will. Gotta pay bills, y'all. But support the channel if you can. Hit the like button even more because that keeps this video up in the algorithm. More views, meaning YouTube can pay a little bit more. Look at God. I appreciate you all. Thank y'all so much. Let's see here. So I want y'all to pay attention to that. Y'all see what I got highlighted. Hold on. Let me make the screen a little bigger. Because I want y'all to see what I see. For a moment. The publication reported that Owens and Erica attempted to repair their relationship during a private meeting in Nashville in December. How many people went to that meeting? It was Erica Kirk, Candace, somebody else that went with Erica Kirk, right? So that's 3 people. Because it says that Megan Kelly never even said she was in the meeting. She just said she helped to bring them together. Who was the young man that was at the meeting with her? I don't know, honey. I didn't quit. I was let go. I was released. Nah. Hi, Ginger Spice. How you doing? Nah, I didn't quit. I would never do that. Because you can't get unemployment that way. I have no reason to quit. No, they let me go. It'll be all right. I think it's driving Candace even crazy that Erica ignores her for the most part. Exactly. And she doesn't give her any playback. I comment as much in live LOC, but I'm watching showing love. Oh, sounds good. Thank you. Oh, honey, it's okay. Your throat hurting. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, make sure you get you some medicine, honey. Get some rest. You don't have to say that at all. Oh my goodness. Oh dear Lord. So, anyone remember the guy that came with Erica Kirk to Tennessee? Anyone remember his name? Anyone? If somebody can remember his name, let me know. Because she came out there with one person, and from what Candace said, one of her cousins was sitting in the room, but I don't know if she was a part of that meeting or just sitting nearby. But let's say it was just those 3, right? How would this person know to say that this meeting was to repair their relationship? They never had one. Candace, you never had a relationship with Erica Kirk. Because if you did, you would have at least invited her to your show. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you would have at least opened the door for her to come in and be able to vent, not for you to ask dumbass questions and then turn around and beg to be put on their payroll. Because she said that 3 times. No. No one would know the details of the meeting except Candace, Erica Kirk, and the guy that was with Erica Kirk. So why would anyone say this specifically? What relationship? That's so crazy. They never had it. There's nothing to repair. They weren't really talking like that. It wasn't like they were homegirls and no. So for someone who didn't even go to their wedding, I wouldn't consider those two friends. Although both women reportedly described the conversation as productive, relatives said the piece quickly unraveled. Who relatives? That's what's so crazy with this. Charlie Kirk's parents doesn't seem like the type of people that will sit here and engage in this buffoonery and nonsense. It's not hard to tell that Erica Kirk cannot stand Candace Owens. Most people can't stand Candace Owens. That is not breaking news. And it's like Candace knows she doesn't like Erica Kirk, but for some reason, she thinks that Erica Kirk owes her something. Like what? She didn't owe you anything. Not statements, responses, forgiveness, none of that. Because see, even if it was just the two of them, Candace still would have walked out of that meeting like she did, reneging on everything that was discussed, and then going back and telling whatever she wanted to say to her 6 million bots. And they believed it. Hook, line, and sinker. They out here trying to show all this fake concern. Oh, we're so glad you made it out alive. No one told her to go and meet up with her. You think Megan Kelly got the power to sit here and to tell Candace, you're going to that meeting, young lady, and there is nothing you can do about it. I better see you there at that meeting. Megan Kelly won't even put her foot down when she know Candace is lying like hell. So at the end of the day, even if Megan Kelly brokered the meeting, she can't force either party to attend. Candace chose to go after she became a coward and refused to fly to Arizona. So she couldn't handle facing all of TPUSA. But now I'll just deal with Erica and this one other person for 4.5 hours. Make it make sense. And somehow that was supposed to help repair their relationship. Are you kidding me? That's not a 4.5 hour conversation. Especially when you don't live in the same state or the same household. You weren't that cool or close to begin with. And you're out here accusing TPUSA, her company now, her close friends, of being a part of a cover up of an assassination. That's defamation. Aiding or covering up an assassination is still a crime in and of itself, even if you don't pull the trigger on the gun. You can still face criminal charges and the same sentencing as if you did. So why meet for 4.5 hours if it comes down to just repairing a relationship? No, I thought it was supposed to be a Q&A session where she got the facts about what was going on and that she was able to see Brian Harper's flight logs or something like that. And then ask questions about these messages and crap. That's what they put out there. How did it become a matter of, it's to repair their relationship? Don't nobody care about that. They're grown women. There's nothing to repair. They're grown. They don't have to like each other. And people get that mixed up. Now you got these dumbass bots talking about, why won't Erica Kirk forgive Candace Owens? Forgive her for what? You forgive somebody when they've wronged you. But why won't Candace Owens seek repentance? Why won't she go to Erica Kirk and say, hey, can you forgive me for this and this and this and this and this and this and this? Because the list is endless, Candace. It's endless. You're expecting forgiveness for something where you have not sought forgiveness. You have to seek forgiveness. Otherwise, no one owes you anything. Can't make this up. The recording, I responded to the report. Owens told the Daily Mail, we're furious too. The public cannot stand that Erica refuses to answer or even ask crucial questions surrounding Charlie's death, which she has treated more like her personal coronation rather than an increasingly bizarre story that requires a network of paid influencers to support it. Where's my $7,000 check? I definitely need it. Candace, Can you show proof any influencer has gotten paid $7,000? Because several influencers, including myself, need to know where do we send our cash app to? Who's the point of contact for issuing out these $7,000 checks? I need to know who the point of contact is. Can you guide us to that person that is responsible, Candace, for sending out all this damn money? You owe me 10 grand, Candace. You said the person that can tell you who ate lunch with Ben Shapiro gets $10,000. I turned myself in, you dumb helper. Me and my tiny midget pink horse. Where is my money? Where's my money? I want it. That's 10,000 plus $7,000. Y'all see where we go? We at $17,000. Candace owes me. Should I do a whole separate invoice for the $10,000 bounty or what? Why is it that you turning yourself in does not get you any money? You can't make this up, man. Candace, I ridicule you because you're ridiculous. You can't make this up. Sorry about that. Now, Linda, why are you getting my mom's nerves? Where's Narlinda at? Erica, Erica has the crazy eyes of a witch. Candace has the crazy mind of a witch. Candace said that she sees dead people in her sleep. That's not biblically based. The Bible says that unfamiliar spirits is dealing with witchcraft. Now, whether you've read the Bible or not is irrelevant. It doesn't change the fact that the actual scriptures exist. And as Christians, we should not be walking around talking about we're seeing dead people in our visions. You understand, Arlinda? That's not how that works. And I've gone over that scripture so many times, it's ridiculous. So tell Candace, get rid of that voodoo doll of Brigitte Macron as an ET doll with a wig on it. Because that's a voodoo doll. She putting stick pins in it, just hoping July 27th does not come around. No, I don't want to go to court. I don't want to go to court. Candace. This is ridiculous. This is not a feud. I agree wholeheartedly. Mr. Rashawn, I agree wholeheartedly. This is certainly not a feud. This is Candace trying to rope Erica Kirk into more of this back and forth BS. Candace, this is not middle school. When are you going to grow the hell up? Grow up. You got these dumb, boy, these bots are so dumb, they sound rudimentary. Oh no, she's got the eyes of a witch. But you keep looking at her eyes. No, Linda. You keep looking in Erica Kirk's eyes. No one told you to look at her. You see, the adult thing to do would be to leave her alone. You would think, right? These are the same people that say I only talk about Candace while they do not watch my other content. Can't please them all. We're not trying to make them happy. I don't give a damn how they feel. But you all do know the candy asses. Y'all do know that you have the option to watch anything dealing with Erica Kirk. Why sit and watch it if you're going to be infuriated? I laugh at Candace more than anything else. Because, it is what it is. So, he's a clown. So now that we've read that article, here we are. Where you have the Daily Mail having to make major updates to it once confronted with the facts. Boy, you can't make this up. Why would they hurry up and put that story out there again? Oh, Narlinda, you sweet, sweet, sweet baby. Y'all let him throw his tantrum. He'll be all right. Let him throw his tantrum. All the trolls coming up in here today, they so mad because I reported Candace. I'm going to keep doing it. Hell. Oh, my God. Let's see here. Oh, thank you, Nikki. Wait a minute, I got supers. Thank you guys. Oh, shout out to you, Lynn, for becoming a new member. Thank you so much for your support. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, let me see. Oh Lord, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Oh, how does Instagram work over here? What's going on with it? Y'all bear with me 1 second. You must have a streaming limitation. Okay, well, one moment. I'm still trying to like figure out how Instagram. Oh, okay. It says I'm already live. What's going on with Instagram, man? Ah, is anyone able to tell me if I'm still live on Instagram or no? This is my first time going live on Instagram. Jesus, fix it. No, this is something else. Oh, come on. We can't be at this all day. It's saying I'm still live and I don't see it. It just told me to disconnect, reconnect. What stream y'all doing? Okay. I remove it and then re-add it. We can't make this up. I'm sorry. Thank y'all so much for bearing with me. 1 second while I get this kind of rectified. My apologies. Hold on 1 second. Does Instagram have a limitation? Is that what is the deal? Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that works. Good grief. If I gotta keep doing this, man, this sucks. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. Lynn, I appreciate you. March on with the $20 super. Hi, Miss LLC and Luxus. I hope all are doing well. I have a hard time believing that the Kirk family and or friend would say bad words towards Erica Kirk. Uh, do I think that EK can't stand CO? Heck to the yeah, Hades. Yeah. Really annoying article. And then it had to retract it. Go figure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nikki, for the 1999 super. Praying for you and your family. Please keep me in your prayers, and I will keep you all in mind. I appreciate you all. I don't think there's any scenario where being unexpectedly let go and lose a job is a good thing, but I didn't cry as bad as I thought I would. I was like, oh man, I feel like I'm disappointed in my kids, but I'm not. I don't know. Not. I'm not overly angry or upset about it. I'm just kind of like, okay, this would be my main source of income until I get another job, or preferably this ends up being able to be sufficient to take care of my needs. So, and not me even for my kids. That's pretty much that. That's where we are with that. But I thank you so much. Keep me in your prayers, y'all. Um, Thank you so much, March on for the 10 again. Sorry, Miss LLC kind of cussed at the troll. Oh, it's okay. I'll put myself in time out and go to my room. Lol, dickhead. Why them trolls, but they'll test you, won't he? They've been mad at me all day over there on X, so don't worry. All damn day. You can't say that. You can't report her. Oh no. Oh, it's a scare tactic. One said that it was a scare tactic. I was like, what? What's the scare tactic? Who? When did you all get scared? I couldn't believe it. One of the cult members in the box talking about, oh, this is just a scare tactic. Oh my God. Thank you, Ginger. Oh, for the $50 super. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here's to a new beginning, LLC. Thank you. Oh my God. That's so sweet. Oh, y'all shout out to Ginger Spice. Oh my goodness. Oh, bless all of you. Thank you so, so much. You live, march on. Oh my goodness. March on again, Ginger Spice. Ooh, thank you so much. That warms my heart. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Oh man. Oh man. As y'all can see, you gotta laugh to keep from crying. I just gotta laugh to keep from crying. Well, yeah, they've been over here coping and you know holding each other's hands all day. You really did this? Yeah. Obviously, you have no idea who I am. So, uh, Britta says here that they're retracting their claim that their source was a member of the Kirk family. That's an egregious, especially egregious correction to have to make for a tabloid. Exactly, especially if you want to maintain some semblance of integrity. You- It had to be Candace. It even sounds like her. So Andrew Kovic did this post. He said, "We never received any requests for comment. We're told they attempted to send one, but we can't find it. Strange given that every other outlet on the planet seems to know how to reach us, including the Daily Mail. That was the first clue something very suspicious was going on here." Yeah. You called the Daily Mail to get them to do that article just so you can go back on your show and say, Erica Kirk called me a bitch. How dare she? She said I'm a soulless ghoul and a blah blah blah. Because you need something to keep those views coming in. Oh, the day where I can get 100,000 views because I'm telling the truth. People gravitate to lying. That's the problem. She lies with impunity, incessantly. Pathological liars lie without a cause. That's not normal. But when stuff like this happens, don't get mad, Candace, when we say that you're the one that called the Daily Mail to set all this crap up. And now you're bringing down the Daily Mail chose to go down that rabbit hole with you because they didn't have to run that story. They knew they could not cite a source, and then they knew that they were citing someone allegedly claiming to be a friend of the family to Charlie Kirk's parents. Like, why would you want to involve them in this? Why involve Charlie Kirk's parents in this? I don't get it. There's nothing about them that gives me any discernment that they even stoop that low. And I said this yesterday, and I've never met them. Don't have to. Sometimes you can discern things just by observation. And their demeanor, the way they carry themselves, the way they've been so quiet, they've lost their son. The last thing they need is to be caught up in this bullshit. This has Candace Owens written all over, roping in the parents into this crap. For what? Leave them be. That has to be very cruel and vile and disgusting to rope the parents in this, and they're grieving the loss of their son. That was still their son. And of all things for them to have to come up with, it's this nonsense like this. How old is his parents? They got to be like, what, 75, 80 years old? They ain't got time for this. They got grandkids. I know me as a mother, I would not. Don't be bringing my name up in no BS like this, especially if you know I don't associate myself with this type of gossip. Candace didn't think about that at all. You know, you called the Daily Mail and you're trying to bring his parents into this garbage so that you can find another week's worth of content to talk about. It's ridiculous. And the Daily Mail fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, which means they don't vet either. I mean, Candace, you could just tell people you're a gossip blogger. That way, people know ahead of time you have no integrity. You can't make this up. Anybody who actually knows Erica knows this is not how she talks. Exactly. That's how Candace talks. I'm telling y'all, this is Candace. Which calls into question who this so-called anonymous source actually is. I mean, how many times do we hear Candace say that? My anonymous source called me and they emailed me and they left the tip in the tip line. And they told me, scroll up. They told me that, Erica had said that I have a ringworm on the top of my head. Well, I was hoping to be able to get that out without laughing. She said I have a ringworm. All because I'm asking questions. I have a ringworm on the top of my head where my soft spot used to be. Now we got to investigate ringworms and see how they're connected to UVU on the ground underneath the bricks where Charlie Kirk was shot. There's got to be ringworms there. Y'all know that's how she do. There's got to be ringworms in the place where he was shot. And now she's claiming I've been infected with those ringworms. It's the Charlie Kirk UVU ringworm deaths. Y'all didn't see them, they were microscopic. But he had ringworms as well. That's what she'll do. I'm not even far-fetched from it. Candace, I dare you tell me I'm off base. And this is the nonsense that she will say because she's an idiot. You can't make this up. There's not a single word that is an accurate depiction of Erica's views or comments publicly or privately. Oh, Lord. I personally never even heard Erica swear at someone, for starters, because Candace is the one that will call you a bitch for no reason. Candace still mad at Ben Shapiro for something that happened how many years ago? Candace, you got your own channel. You over here selling CIA merch where they should be suing you. Why are you still mad at what happened at the Daily Wire? Why are you mad about that? It happens. People get let go from work. That happened to be today. I'm not going to sit here. I haven't even named my employer. It's ridiculous. You're not going to hear me dragging employers like this, my employee like this, from my former employer like this from years on. Why? It's called get your ass over. So I've never heard Erica Kirk. Has she ever cussed? I think she said damn or hell or something like that. With damn well try or something like that. She said in the speech we just. I think that was about the harshest word I've ever heard her say. Damn. That's it. And once. Erica has remained remarkably restrained, though she has ample reason not to be. Exactly. Because see, Candace, she has every reason to cuss you out. But giving you that energy will lead nowhere, except with this back and forth that you're doing on social media. What you're also doing is giving her more evidence when she decides to sue the crap out of you. All these posts, videos, all this stuff, she can use against you in a court of law. and you're still stuck on stupid and can't seem to figure that out. Boy, it's like, what are we doing here? The story was so bad that the Daily Mail had to make major updates to it once confronted with the facts, including retracting their claim that their source was a member of the Kirk family. That's an especially egregious correction to have to make for a tabloid, because it is. And it's just pathetic. Unfortunate to see the Daily Mail doing the bidding of Candace Owens, or that they somehow knew that she was calling them with this nonsense and buffoonery. And they said, "Yeah, we'll go along with this dumb shit." Well, how much you paying us? Because you say you would get Lady Luck Club $7,000. Are you gonna do that? No. You mean why wouldn't you give her the money? So you're not gonna give Lady Luck Club her $7,000? All your bots been saying she's gonna get that money. Don't you think it's fair enough for you to pay up? You said it's gonna come from Israel. Well, who else got a check? Who else got that check? Well, can you send us our money now? And we'll run the article. You give us $150,000. Yeah. Don't make it out to the Daily Mail. Make that out to me. I'm the editor. Because now you got to bring into question the editor. There was an editor that wrote that article. What's his name? Right here, Connor Boyd. Connor Boyd. What did he gain out of doing this? What did Connor Boyd gain out of this? Who is he? Is that a boy or girl? Let me see. I would assume this is a guy, right? Let me be accurate. Connor Boyd. Yeah, this is a guy. This is Connor Boyd. Y'all don't go emailing him and going after him, okay? Please don't do that. I'm just bringing this up because, what did he get out of this? What did he gain from this? This is ridiculous. Was it worth it? You got to retract this whole thing now? You couldn't tell that was Candace on the phone. Come on now. You got to do better, Connor Boyd. You got to do better. And he over there in the UK. Why are you sitting here capping for Candace and you over there in the UK? Are there no issues you can be reporting on in the United Kingdom? Because I'm sure there's a lot happening over there that you can actually talk about that the public needs to know. That would be a lot more beneficial. Capping for Candace Owens? Why? It's ridiculous. Connor heads the Daily Mail's exclusive projects team, breaking some of the biggest and most widely read news stories in the country. Good for him. Why would he not know he's talking to Candace? You can't make this up, man. So, this was not worth it. There's no journalistic integrity when you got to sit here and come up with so-called sources. And I understand about anonymous sources. But my information should speak for itself. He didn't even say anything that can be corroborated. How do we prove that to be true? That's Candace's MO. Let me say things that are very, very difficult for you to get evidence to prove true or false. I mean, true rather. Because if it's no evidence, more than likely we get to call you a dumb liar and say that there's no evidence to support it. But the thing she says, she leaves it so ambiguous and vague that it's hard to even gather evidence to determine whether it's true. And calling in, pretending to be some family friend of Charlie Kirk's parents and roping in his parents into this is exactly what Candace Owens would do. She's been doing it for 10 months. And now the Daily Mail is going down the hole with her because they stuck ass when they're willing to do that. Connor, did she pay you some money or what? How did that go? Did you get paid out of this? Because Candace, you can't sit over here and sully my platform. You can kick rocks. Connor Boyd got paid off or what? How did that go? Why do something like that for free, knowing you did not have adequate sources? And people are going to call you out on it. Can't make this up, man. Unfortunate to see Daily Mail doing the bidding of Candace Owens, which of course used it as rage bait on her show because she has nothing else to talk about. Because she has no actual evidence to discuss as she continues her very lucrative investigation in quotation. Because she's not a journalist either. Candace, life itself, get a helmet. If you know this might not last for you because you don't know how to create content and actually do real research or read, you might want to look into doing anything else. You can't make this up. Just be a gossip blogger. That way, if you gossip and you lying, I mean, we're not taking you seriously. Maybe she's the anonymous source. I believe she is. That is my belief. I believe Candace Owens was that so-called anonymous source, and Connor Boyd had to have gotten something out of this because he knew more than likely he would have to do a retraction. Candace, how much did you pay him? This is crazy. I'm just asking questions. How much did you pay him, Candace? Boy, this is something else. What's going on, Sarah? How you doing? Jennifer, I see you up there. Stabs. Oh, my dear Lord. Francisca, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Nikki B, for the $20 super. Want to support you and the work you do on exposing the truth about CO. I'm here for it, y'all. Thank you so much. Juju, what's going on, Juju? Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Hit that like button for me. And subscribe if you are not subscribed. If you are tuning in from X and Instagram, come on over to the YouTube channel Lady Luck Club LLC and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club because we're going to be doing this during the day and the evening. Yeah, it's pretty much how it goes. Oh, Uncle Alert. What's going on, Amy? Thank you so much. How did these gifts work? That's something else. I asked that the last time. I don't even figure that out. These stars said 10K. Yeah, Candace, you owe me $10,000. You owe me money. You said whomever sent you photos of Ben Shapiro at lunch, it was me. Send me my money. Why the candy asses won't tell her that? You know you owe Lady Luck Club $10,000. Send me my money, helpful. Can't make this up. So here you got the someone posted this up. Mitchell Jack. I don't know who that is. This is absolutely insane. The fact that Candace, somebody had to call you out on this. You can't make this up. All right, so we have this young man here. Y'all hanging in there? Hopefully y'all are listening on the way home from work or whatever you're doing. Oh, this is epic. I'm glad they calling Candace out on that. These are the things that, and I said this in another live, right? Andrew Colbert going back and forth with Candace. It just keeps her engagement going. But when it comes to stuff like this, well, I can debunk that. I didn't get anything from the Daily Mail asking for my comment or information or anything regarding this specific situation. This is the stuff you can debunk. Like me posting up laws, that's nothing for me. Laws are laws. I don't expect the court to like it. And I do expect them to have tantrums. But guess what it's doing? It's got people calling over there at Utah Police Department, where that police sergeant works, that was doxxed. Her families were released to the public. For what? It will not aid in any jury deliberating any ruling for Tyler Robinson. We do not need to know her relatives' names at all. Not even a little bit. We don't need to know that in order for that criminal matter to proceed through the courts. And yet, Candace read it off. This police sergeant's almost whole lineage, grandparents, parents, uncles, for what? None of that matters. Only for her to come up to say it's a Mormon mafia. Child, what the hell is a Mormon mafia? Candace, all the Mormons gonna whoop your ass. Well, just then. Why are you messing with Mormons? What is your gripe with Mormons? You bring this stuff up, and for what? Let me just put this out here and just say Mormon Mafia, and then that'll be a hashtag. It'll start trending. Kind of like my Mala. Hashtag Mala. Make America laugh again. Oh yeah, I'm gonna incorporate that one. Make America laugh again. Mala. That's mine. Candace, you're not that smart. See, you see how you can come up with stuff that is still unique and funny? Mala. Make America laugh again. That's what we need to do more. Laugh. Smile. Brighten up your day. Mala. Hashtag Mala. All this for what? Did I go back over here? Come on. All right. Where's the video? Okay, here we go. You guys want to check this out. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Because I am. Candace, I enjoy laughing at your ways. They thought I would not say something about that. Doxing that woman's relatives, that's a no-go. None of that has any bearing in the court of law regarding the upcoming murder trial of Tyler Robinson. None of it. The judge, jury will not give a damn about anything regarding one police sergeant's uncle getting hit with that one-time charge because that one thing happened. And I don't even remember it all. That's how irrelevant it is. It was not necessary. That is not something the public needs to know. We don't need to know that. We don't care who her relatives are. The police sergeant is doing her job. Part of her job is being able to testify in the court of law regarding an investigation. She's a police sergeant. That's part of her job. So that's nothing to get in a tizzy over. So her being doxxed like that, you putting out, and it's not just putting information out there that is private information, but you're doing it with the intent to harass, or where harassment is forthcoming. Because this is a whole thing here. I mean, how many times do I have to pull this up? The cult members don't read shit. They're stupid. The bots, they're bots. But it's illegal to dox a police sergeant. And then doing it with the intent to harass or threaten, or knowing that it would cause that. It would lead to threatening behavior or threats in general. Like she's getting death threats, intimidation, or inciting a crime of violence. You have broken the law. And that is exactly what's happening. They're getting death threats. They're being harassed. They're being targeted. Of all the police departments in the United States of America, this police department is catching it. And because Candace put people out there, went and doxed this sergeant and her relatives, she's put them in greater danger. That is not journalism, and it's also not protected by the First Amendment. And if the dumbass candy ass is going to actually read something today, read case law. There's precedent set on this. Because if she does it and get away with it, then anybody else will think they can do the same thing and get away with it. Candace, this ain't her first time doxing a police sergeant or law officer in any manner. Law enforcement officer, not her first time doing this. Not at all. Tria Logic was a LEO too. And she had 2 inmates that had threatened to unalive her. And Candace doxed that woman. This was good, 7, 8 years ago? Candace has not stopped. Part of harassment is a repeated pattern of behavior. She's been doing this for the last 8 years. And it seems like the candy asses always want to get upset when people say we're gonna report you for this dox and shit. Now chickens come home to roost. And candy asses chicken heads about to come home to roost. Because this is enough. We want the justice system to operate the way it should. Not for people to be intimidated or threatened because they testified. Because of all the police sergeants on earth, why this one? This is what the judge would ask. Of all the police sergeants on earth that have to testify in criminal matters, even including and up to murder trials, why this one? What about all the other murder trials she's testified in? She's not new to this. So if she's testified in other criminal cases involving a murder, she wasn't doxxed then. No one knew about her relatives. No one knew who she was. Why now? Why this one? Those are the questions that are asked. Because intent means a lot. Candace is not going to sit here and say, I'm intentionally doing this to intimidate her. But the actions that precede her doxing is exactly what the law defines it to be. And because they are actually being harassed and she is actually getting death threats, Candace should be held legally liable. Whether the candy asses agree or like it, I don't give a damn. This is the law, and laws are laws. And what we don't want is for people to get hurt, harmed, or unalive because Candace Owens is reckless. And she's been doing this shit for 8 years. 8 years minimum. She had a whole website doxing people, including minors. What are we talking about? Candy ass bots. But y'all won't get on your cult leader about doxing minor? Because once upon a time, she did that. It's the same. So you all see the penal code. US 18 US Code Statute 119. You released information about her relatives, personal information, even if you believe this is a public figure, irrelevant. See that? Because see that intent right there has already been met when that police sergeant started receiving death threats and more harassment. Especially when she can show proof with emails, call logs, the call logs at the police station, fax, letters being sent in, all this correspondence that ramped up after Candace did her show. That's how that works in court. You can't say they don't have evidence when they do. As a matter of fact, they're taking complaints. So if you all want to file a complaint or send over any information to the police department, make sure you reach out to that specific district's police station, wherever that sergeant works. Someone knows the information, please drop it in the chat. Utah State Police. I don't know that district. I forgot the county or the district that is. But contact them because they I think someone posted up because I put it up. I forwarded. There's a post where a young lady already had reached out to them. I'm trying to find it because I did a retweet and a repost of it where someone already reached out to them and stated that they were actually taking in information relating to intimidation of witnesses. You cannot do that. That's a violation of federal law. And if that judge has to sign a gag order against Candace, he will. And Candace, he will dare you to violate it. Don't think he won't have your ass collected. You will go to jail. That's not a scare tactic. What's ridiculous is this police sergeant not being able to live in peace. The entire police department getting all of this harassment. All of them catching it. Prosecutors, all of them catching it. And for what? Things you can't control. The candy ass members, the bots, they can't control what happens in the court of law. Because we all saw what happened for a whole week with the preliminary hearing. None of them candy asses got their ass in that courtroom and said or did anything that was material to the case. Candace has no power in court. And courts are not for play. And if you think it is, test me on that. Go to court and think you're going to go in there. Your Honor, I want to present this smokehouse receipt in this video from this headless customer or employee. We can't verify who he is. I demand you put him on the stand right now, Your Honor. The judge is going to look at me like, sir, sit down before I have you removed from my courtroom. That's it. We all seen that judge. Facial expressions are just blank. That's why him jumping like that when he saw the video of Charlie Kirk getting shot, that's why that went viral. Because most times the judges are pretty stoic. You're sitting there like, that's noticeable. Understand, you don't scare him. You go in there if you want to, acting like a clown. You'll get tackled. Bailiff, take him out of here. We're not doing this. You need more? You need reinforcements down there, sir? Oh, okay. Because I can get like 2-3 more in here and they can keep tackling your ass. There's nothing they can do when it comes to this in court. Nothing. That smokehouse stuff, there's nothing they can do about it. All they can do is keep talking about it on X. They don't give a shit. The judge, the jury, prosecutors, defense attorneys, none of them care about that because he wasn't there. That's why I keep telling this guy, the diligent, like, dude, you need to pull back. What's wrong with you? You act like people are trying to knock what you're doing, but you're doing it in the wrong place. Why can't you go to UVU? Go to UVU and retrace the steps of Tyler Robinson. Candace don't like to tell her to kick rocks. Unless you're paying your bills, you shouldn't care. So that's the doxing thing. Nah, we gotta cut that shit out. Candace, you'll learn the hard way. You'll learn. Oh, I have no problem teaching you, girl. All right, y'all, let's get to this video. Oh man, shout out to Mindy for sending me this. I've never heard of this this young man at all. Let's see. Oh, the candy ass is so big mad. Keep being big mad. Laws are laws. It doesn't change because you don't like it.
Every week, the last.
So Robbie Starbuck. This is about 53 minutes. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button as you come in. All the candy asses up in here. We don't care how you feel. You enter my chat at your own peril. I don't care if you throw tantrums. I owe you nothing. Candace is still being reported. Get over it. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, hit the 4 when you all can see in here. Let's go.
Every week, there's a new villain to frame. Every week, a new bombshell that's going to break this wide open. And every week, the last bombshell quietly disappears. This brings us somewhere between, let's say, 800 and 2,000 people who would be involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Your theory requires the world's smartest killers to pick the world's dumbest plan, leave the shooter alive, leave his texts intact, and fool everyone except you and Candace Owens.
She's a female. She's I'm just scared, and like I'm looking online and people are saying like they're just saying that like they want me to die, and I'm just so overwhelmed right now, Mr. Vice President. I'm just so.
Candace, you do want her dead. Why are you offended by that? That's why I don't understand. Why you get mad when somebody call you a bitch? Why are your cult members mad? What they mad about? No one told you to do this. They support this nonsense. Like for them, this is like, oh no, there's nothing wrong with this behavior. Lady Luck, how dare you read federal laws and report Candace to the police? Yes. I hope they lock her ass up.
Overwhelmed. Dab. No tears. I'm so overwhelmed.
Candace, you didn't even cry. You did a whole 30-minute video with a bunch of ads and sponsors in it. And only because she caught backlash, I think she took him out and put him back in. What the hell are you talking about? Candace, ooh, child. And you're going to have to tell us George's alibi. Because I have a feeling George Farmer might be that lookalike you were talking about for Tyler Robinson.
I think it's disgusting that influencer wars and drama and people saying stupid things to each other has become the narrative instead of a spiritual revival. When you watch Candace, you need to ask yourself, what win is she stacking up? Because right now it looks like the only win is happening in her bank account. His death, his murder is not entertainment. And people have turned it into that. It's turned into infotainment, and it's pretty sick. Over the past 10 months, I've seen my friend Charlie Kirk's murder used in some of the most grotesque ways somebody can possibly conceive of. And it's been heartbreaking to watch. Bad actors have taken a spiritual revival that his murder sparked and they've stomped on it just before reversing to run over it again. And I've had enough. So today I'm going to do what bad actors really don't want anyone to do. And yes, I am signing up to take the arrows that go along with doing this. You've likely heard the theories by now, ranging from President Trump did it, to Erica did it, no Turning Point did it, Israel did it, no, it was the Egyptians. Actually, maybe it was the French Foreign Legion in league with a Mormon bee cult. Or was it guys in maroon shirts? It seems to change with the wind. And the bullet, it came from below, or was it behind? Or was it from the front row? Wait, actually, there was no bullet at all. It was an exploding mic, and there was a trap door involved. Every week, there's a new villain to frame. Every week, a new bombshell that's going to break this wide open. And every week, the last bombshell quietly disappears. Unlike people who are paying their bills on these theories, I will not be keeping any monetization from this video. I'll either send it to a trust for Charlie's kids if his team can coordinate it, or I'll donate it to a cause that was near and dear to Charlie's heart. That being said, it is time to take a blowtorch to the various conspiracy theories about how state actors were secretly responsible for the assassination of our friend Charlie Kirk. Whether it's Mossad, the Egyptians, the US military, the French government, or all of the above.
Robbie Starbuck. Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Thank you, Robbie.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie, I'm a big fan of what you do and your wife.
Corporate America listens to this guy. I'm a little scared of him, too.
This is the Robbie Starbuck Show. So now let's dive in. Let's ask the questions that hint at this larger, broader conspiracy. What would such a conspiracy look like exactly? And from a practical perspective, how would it work? What would the mechanics be? Once you start asking those questions instead of spreading skillfully crafted innuendo, then you quickly realize the whole conspiracy collapses in on itself. It simply can't sustain its own assumptions because it requires the perpetrators to be simultaneously omnipotent super agents and also incredibly idiotic at the same time. Not to mention the best secret keepers of all time in numbers that, as you're about to find out, defy all mathematical odds. For example, imagine that you're in charge of Mossad, the intelligence service for the state of Israel, where you spend most of your time planning operations against Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and so on. And then one day, while you're busy managing all those things, you receive a strange new assignment from the highest levels of the Israeli government, working in tandem possibly with Egypt and the French and the CIA, of course, or some variation thereof. And you're told that you guys must carry out the execution of Charlie Kirk. Put aside the question of why Israel would want to kill a man where, if they were ever found out, they'd risk a war that could very well wipe Israel straight off the map. As the leader of Mossad, let's pretend that's just above your pay grade. So your sole responsibility now is to murder the founder and leader of Turning Point USA, which incidentally just helped elect Donald Trump, who was easily the most pro-Israel president that I have seen in my lifetime. So if you were given this order, how would you execute it? It's a morbid and unsettling question. And obviously, one I don't want to ask, but we have to if we are going to confront this. So how would Mossad do it? We'll consider the murder of Hamas military leader Mahmoud al-Mabhouh in a hotel room in Dubai. He looked as though he died of a natural death in his hotel room, which was locked from the inside. In truth, Mossad agents injected him with a drug that paralyzed him. Then they suffocated him. And they would have gotten away with it too, except for the fact that Dubai authorities pieced together the assassin's movements with CCTV. They found the killers were using fake passports from countries like Australia, Ireland, the UK, France, and Germany. One of the passports used the name.
Man, did you see that? That's how video surveillance works. I don't understand why it's so hard for them to, if they want to sit here and talk about somebody going to a smokehouse restaurant. Okay, so why you can't get video surveillance footage from surrounding businesses? Because they keep focusing on, they like there are no cameras inside the restaurant, which is a damn lie. They just not operable. And I only say that because it came from the owner. But surrounding businesses, the hotel next to it, the hospital across the street, gas station across the street, liquor store on the other side of it. They have cameras. So that's what video surveillance footage looks like. You want to prove someone was somewhere, you get this footage because we got too much advancement in technology. This young man here, did he work for TPUSA? I think a couple of people are asking who he is. Can anyone confirm? I saw one of y'all say he worked there a long time ago. Or is he just his friend? I've never heard of him. This is my first time.
And they would have gotten away with it too, except for the fact that Dubai authorities pieced together the assassins' movements with CCTV.
Look at that.
They found.
Look at it. Cameras all throughout. Go figure.
The killers were using fake passports from countries like Australia, Ireland.
Hotels have airports have cameras with date and time stamps. Boy, the wonder of advancement in technology. But yet they want to place Tyler Robinson physically somewhere where they can't pull video surveillance camera footage or cell phone data or, data from his vehicle. Geopositioning, tracking coordinates with date and time stamps. They can't present none of that. Somehow a headless employee and some receipt somewhere supposed to just physically put him there.
The UK, France, and Germany.
Jesus.
One of the passports used the name of a British citizen who had never actually even been to Dubai. It was a similar strategy that Israel used in 1997 when Mossad agents posing as tourists used fraudulent Canadian passports in their attempt to kill a Hamas leader named Khalid Mashal. When they saw their target, the Mossad agents injected him with a synthetic opioid using a device that they placed next to his left ear. He quickly went into a coma. The drug would have killed him except for the fact that the assassins were detained as they tried to make their escape. To secure the operative's release, Israel had to provide an antidote. Then there's the case of Wadi Haddad, the Palestinian militant that mysteriously died in East Germany at the age of 50. Doctors in Iraq suspected that he had been poisoned, but they couldn't prove it. Officially, he's classified as a leukemia death. But according to the investigative journalist Ronan Bergman, Haddad was actually killed by a slow-acting toxin that was custom developed in an Israeli lab. A Mossad operative with access to Haddad's home had secretly placed the toxin in Haddad's toothpaste, and every time he brushed his teeth, he introduced more of that poison into his bloodstream. By the time he was in the hospital, it was too late. He died 10 days later. There are many more cases like this, and in every single one, Israel went to great lengths to orchestrate a murder that, if everything went to plan at least, couldn't be tied directly to them. It would look like a natural death or some random homicide or, in some cases, an accident. Mossad, like other major intelligence agencies, prefers to retain plausible deniability. And in order to achieve plausible deniability, they conduct their assassinations outside of the public eye, involving as few people as they possibly can. And they often use poisons or fake identities. So if the assignment was to murder Charlie Kirk, you'd expect a similar playbook, except for the fact that discretion would have been even more paramount. You have a target who travels on small planes and in cars nearly daily. An accident on such a plane, for instance, has the plausible deniability that their operations value, or they could have used a device like an umbrella or a handheld spray to quietly inject him with a fatal poison, just as we saw with Khalid Mashal. They could have snuck into one of his hotel rooms and suffocated him like we saw in Dubai. All of these approaches would have been at least somewhat consistent with Mossad's operational tactics. Any of these approaches would have made it very difficult, if not impossible, for anyone to definitively identify Israel as the culprit beyond any doubt, and it would have made these conspiracy theories a lot more difficult. It also wouldn't have carried what I'd like to call the martyrdom risk. If your target can become a martyr due to the way they die, it creates various dangerous obstacles and variables that you undoubtedly have to consider as a state actor. Choosing the one method that guarantees a decades-long federal investigation, a trial with full discovery, and eternal public pressure and scrutiny is basically choosing to be caught if you're a black ops intelligence unit. So in order to believe the most prominent conspiracy theory about Charlie Kirk's murder, which is that Israel or France or some other nation are secretly responsible or working together, then you have to believe that Mossad, along with the CIA, France's Foreign Legion, and Charlie's own team, all decided to conduct an assassination in broad daylight using what is essentially a sniper shot at a packed American university on camera in 4K in front of thousands of phones. So they chose the maximum exposure option, guaranteeing billions of people would watch and analyze it, while also guaranteeing that a massive investigation with unlimited resources would follow. And in doing so, you change the math entirely. So let's discuss that math. Their assassination now requires the buy-in of thousands of co-conspirators, including the FBI, Utah DPS, local police, medical examiners, doctors, hospital staff, prosecutors, and defense attorneys.
Content creators, we get $7,000. Israel paying us midget horses, lunches with Ben Shapiro. How dare you in that Egyptian plane? We can just go on and on. The Mormon Mafia, whatever that is.
And maybe even the family of Tyler Robinson. So instead of doing what they've always done, a tiny group of professional operators who'd rather die than compromise operational details, they decided to do this. Oh, and they did this while also choosing the loudest, sloppiest, most traceable assassination method imaginable. That would mean they have pulled off both the most complicated and impractical assassination in the history of assassinations, while also choosing the most stupid option, in which case you must think they are singularly genius villains who have managed to keep thousands of co-conspirators silent, but they're also so stupid that they've left breadcrumbs for Candace Owens and Ian Carroll to crack the case. Does that sound a little ridiculous? Ian Carroll, incidentally, is the same guy who claimed that Charlie had, quote, devoted his life to serving the Jews just a couple of days before his assassination. So again, in order to believe that some state actor murdered Charlie, you have to conclude that the perpetrators are simultaneously.
Well, why does he act like he cares so much? That's the message he sent. This is the one I keep thinking is a woman. Yeah, you got weird name. What? Where is it? Oh, come on. I just had it. Now, let me play it.
Would have been at least somewhat consistent with Mossad's operational tactics. Any of these approaches would have made it very difficult, if not impossible, for anyone to definitively identify Israel as the culprit beyond any doubt, and it would have made these conspiracy theories a lot more difficult. It also wouldn't have carried what I'd like to call the martyrdom risk. If your target can become a martyr due to the way they die, it creates various dangerous obstacles and variables that you undoubtedly have to consider as a state actor. Choosing the one method that guarantees a decades-long federal investigation, a trial with full discovery, and eternal public pressure and scrutiny is basically choosing to be caught if you're a black ops intelligence unit.
Right.
So in order to believe the most prominent conspiracy theory about Charlie Kirk's murder, which is that Israel or France or some other nation are secretly responsible or working together, then you have to believe that Mossad, along with the CIA, France's Foreign Legion, and Charlie's own team all decided to conduct an assassination in broad daylight using what is essentially a sniper shot at a packed American university on camera in 4K in front of thousands of phones. So they chose the maximum exposure option, guaranteeing billions of people would watch and analyze it, while also guaranteeing that a massive investigation with unlimited resources would follow. And in doing so, you change the math entirely. So let's discuss that math. Their assassination now requires the buy-in of thousands of co-conspirators, including the FBI, Utah DPS, local police, medical examiners, doctors, hospital staff, prosecutors, and defense attorneys. And maybe even the family of Tyler Robinson. So instead of doing what they've always done, a tiny group of professional operators who'd rather die than compromise operational details, they decided to do this. Oh, and they did this while also choosing the loudest, sloppiest, most traceable assassination method imaginable. That would mean they have pulled off both the most complicated and impractical assassination in the history of assassinations, while also choosing the most stupid option, in which case you must think they are singularly genius villains who have managed to keep thousands of co-conspirators silent, but they're also so stupid that they've left breadcrumbs for Candace Owens and Ian Carroll to crack the case. Does that sound a little ridiculous?
Absolutely.
Ian Carroll, incidentally, is the same guy who claimed that Charlie had, quote, devoted his life to.
And you dedicated your life to serving the people who killed him. Jesus defeated death so you can live. What? What in the heck? So why is Ian Carroll all over a tizzy about this? Why is he in a tizzy about Charlie Kirk's assassination? Well, he doesn't even care. You accuse Charlie Kirk of being pro-Israel when he didn't have a problem telling you that. This is ridiculous. I mean, he can't even be neutral to this. He literally sent this, what, September 7th? 3 days before he was killed. Ian Carroll sent this post September 7, 2025. 3 days before Charlie Kirk's death. Why would you even respond to this? Now this stuff lives on the internet forever. And has he ever tried to even explain this? I highly doubt it. I don't know what explanation he can render for responding with this BS. If you're not Christian, then you don't understand our faith. I mean, it's that simple. No one forcing you to believe. You dedicated your life to serving. No, he dedicated his life to serving Jesus. Jesus Christ. Lord and Savior, not mere mortals. You can't make this up. So why does Ian Carroll even pretend like he cares? You know he doesn't. He rocks.
Serving the Jews just a couple of days before his assassination. So
crazy?
again, in order to believe that some state actor murdered Charlie, you have to conclude that the perpetrators are simultaneously omnipotent and completely idiotic. But here's the thing. Intelligence services that can orchestrate perfect cover-ups don't need public rooftop shootings. And intelligence services that would botch it as badly as the Candace clique would like you to believe they can't orchestrate perfect cover-ups. So now I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to outline all the evidence that a state actor would need to fabricate and all the witnesses they would need to bribe in order to sustain these conspiracy theories. And I'm going to try as best I can to put a real number on the sheer amount of people who would need to be involved. At some level, this is kind of a difficult exercise because the ridiculous theories shift constantly to the point that they're often contradicting themselves, even when they're coming from the same people. But I'll do my best. Here's a video compilation that was put together by the freelance filmmaker Nathan Livingstone, showing Candace Owens' various theories over the past few months.
And thinking that a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below, right? Maybe we should be looking below. People are doing very, what I would say, credible videos, people that certainly have the credibility, are ballistics experts that are saying that what we see in the front is an exit wound, not an entry wound. Theory that is being floated that Charlie was shot from the back. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. What I can state rather unequivocally is that there is now more evidence, more evidentiary support that Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him. I never dismissed the exploding mic theory. I was always clear to my team that I thought there was something there. And then my producer has a note that there are a lot of comments asking about the microphone theory. Here's what I will say about that. When I looked at image from the side, the microphone is still on him afterwards. So like when you see it from on, it looks like it kind of disappears, but then it kind of shifts. When you look at the perspective slightly to the left, you see that it actually stays on him and it's just in the fold. I would imagine if anything did sling into him with that kind of a force, it would fall off. And I can tell you it doesn't fall off. Yeah, I never changed my mind. Maybe we should be looking below. Charlie was shot from the back. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him.
Did you catch all that? Candace definitely hasn't changed her mind at all. I mean, the bullet, it came from below Charlie Kirk or behind him or in front of him. And by the way, maybe there wasn't a bullet at all. There was actually an exploding microphone. How many people would need to be involved in a cover-up like this? Let's start with the many people who were in attendance at Charlie's speech when he was shot. This was a crowd of about 3,000 people by most estimates. Why do so many of them have to be involved? Let's go down the list. For starters, there is no way that former Utah Valley University officer Christopher Bagley wouldn't be involved in one of these theories. He's the campus police officer who first heard the shot coming from the rooftop of the Lossy building. He then ran up to the top of the building and discovered Robinson's sniper nest, which led investigators to immediately begin reviewing all the relevant surveillance footage, the same footage that eventually led indirectly to Robinson's arrest. If there was truly an exploding microphone or a gunshot from below Charlie, then Christopher Bagley must be in on it, according to these theories, right? And he's far from the only one. All the people in the crowd who immediately turned and looked toward the Lossy building are also implicated. I mean, after all, if Charlie's microphone had exploded, why would they look in the opposite direction? Watch this.
Counting, we're not counting gang violence.
Oh my God.
They're all looking away from the alleged microphone explosion. And you know what that means? They must all be in on it too. And the person filming this footage, well, they're probably working for Mossad as well, because he uploaded this footage online clearly in order to convince everyone who saw it, tens of millions of people, that the shot actually came from the Lossy building. So everybody around him, they must all be in on it too, which is really diabolical, evil stuff if you think about it. On top of that, no one in the crowd has come forward with video footage showing the explosion of a microphone. Imagine that. Instead, all we have is footage showing the kinetic energy of a bullet causing Charlie's shirt to move at the same time as the impact. That is it. No one reported a chemical smell. No one saw any vapor. No one felt any kind of shockwave. In short, pretty much everybody in the crowd decided to cover up the explosion of his microphone. That is what you would have to believe. And then you have all the people in the crowd who are wearing maroon, which is obviously a sign they were involved in the assassination somehow. Watch this.
So remember when I told you that I had noticed an oddity about September 10th regarding the amount of young men who were alone in the crowd and were wearing maroon shirts? And then, of course, the neocons tried to mock me. Ha ha ha, maroon shirt, she's going crazy. And it did look to me like army regiments were organizing by color, but in plain clothes. And people back home gratefully confirmed my suspicions. They wrote us emails and said, yeah.
Who confirmed? Candace, what people? How does this work? We got military people in the chat. Get the 4 of you in the military. You served in the military. What is she talking about? Color coordination or what now? I thought everybody wore the same uniforms and stuff, depending on what sector of armed forces you're in. So, the Air Force is one thing, and then the Marines is something else, and the Army is another color, and, the Navy is another color. What is she talking about? You mean to tell me, like, the way she makes it seem like they go outside for PT, and then all those who got on white shirts do go row 1. Everybody wearing gray shirts go row 2. Like, what is she talking about? Candace, if you don't know how military works, don't say something like that where you could easily be debunked. What is she? Y'all, Milk Bar is on point. What is she talking about? How they line up with t-shirts? Candace.
So remember when I told you that I had noticed an oddity about September 10th regarding the amount of young men who were alone in the crowd and were wearing maroon shirts? And then, of course, the neocons tried to mock me. Ha ha ha, maroon shirt, she's going crazy. And it did look to me like army regiments were organizing by color, but in
army regiment organizing by color. What does that mean? Is that a thing? Let me ask before I just go off. Army regiments. Army regiments come together by color. Candace, everything in your world is fake and gay. Not in everybody else's. Was it all the colors of the rainbow? Are we talking about, like, Candace, what type of color scheme are we talking about? Are we talking about like Skittles or something like that? Starburst? All the red flavors? All the berries? Look, what the hell? Who in the military? Camouflage with the color maroon. Yo, she's full of it. Fraternity colors. She said they're organizing by regiment colors. What the hell? Who told her this?
So remember when I told you that I had noticed an oddity about September 10th regarding the amount of young men who were alone in the crowd and were wearing maroon shirts? And then, of course, the neocons tried to mock me. Ha ha ha, maroon shirt, she's going crazy. And it did look to me like army regiments were organizing by color, but in
how? Army regiments organizing by color. How? You weren't there. Or were you? Candace, you keep telling on yourself. Where are you and George Farmer's alibis? You're speaking as if you have firsthand account, as if you were there. Were you there, Candace? Army regiments organized by color. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Candace, how would you know that? Army regiments are part of the military and are not active on college campuses. Candace, she claiming like this happened on UVU's campus. Like she was there firsthand. Candace, no one cared that Tyler Robinson was wearing a maroon shirt. We care if George Farmer gave it to her. Because you want to talk about lookalikes. George Farmer looked just like Tyler Robinson the day he showed his black eye in that airport and got photographed. I'm telling y'all pull that photo up and pull up the image of Tyler Robinson side by side. Yeah. That there is a lookalike. He was wearing a black hat, black shirt as well. George Farmer in the airport with the black eye. Looked just like Tyler Robinson. Anybody can dye their hair. Once again, are you going to tell us how he got that black eye, Candace? Because he looked just like Tyler Robinson walking through that airport. Same build. Might be the same height. Who knows? Candace, how do you speak about these regiments lining up by colors on a college campus? Jennifer says Army regiments are part of the military and not active on college campuses. How are they organizing by color at UVU? Because she's sitting here saying they were lining up. It looked like to me that they were actually lining up by color. This would be before he was shot. Candace, you sitting here saying you were actually watching? Because I fail to believe that. I fail to believe you were watching his tours like that. Because, you know, you couldn't get back on that stage with him. And you talking about something that wasn't happening on a college campus. Army regiments not gathering on a college campus. So what are you referring to? What did you see happening, Candace, involving colors? Because what you sound like you're saying is if you were there. It sounds like you're saying you were there, what it looked like to you. Based on what? Because let's be honest. Unless you are watching the debates and you are just a fan of Charlie Kirk and what they were doing at TPUSA, and you always, generally watched the entire, live stream or whatnot. What went viral was when the gunshot rang out. So everything that happened before that, how many people do you need regarding maroon shirts to give off one shot? How are they gathering in the front because they're wearing maroon shirts? Why would they do something to make them stick out? Candace, do you even know what an army regiment is? Because I don't think you do. She said regiment. Isn't that regiment? Maybe I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm not in the military. That's why I ask people in the chat, because you can't make this up. They are organized by color so that they can stick out. Once again, this is what Robbie Starbuck is saying. It's like, why would they do something to bring more attention on themselves? That's not how covert operations work, Candace. They have to move with stealth. I know that's a big word for you. I'm going to let you Google it later.
And who were alone in the crowd and were wearing maroon shirts.
Oh.
And then, of course, the neocons tried to mock me. Ha, 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 maroon shirt. She's going crazy. And it did look to me like army regiments were organizing by color, but in plain clothes. And people back home gratefully confirmed.
No. Get it, stop. Organizing by colors, but in plain clothes. Were they wearing the colors or not? Damn it. Oh, God. Candace, I'm I'm gonna keep playing this, and I'm just gonna get up, walk away, go get a piece of candy or something. You can't make this shit.
My suspicions. They wrote us emails and said, yeah, Candace, when we do things overseas, undercover, we do organize in that manner. Well, you guys, it turns out that I was indeed right. We can go through this. Here's another person wearing a maroon shirt. Here is another person wearing a maroon shirt. Here is another person wearing a maroon shirt. This guy who gave us all the footage, I found him to be remarkably suspect, and his son was wearing a maroon shirt. This is another person in the audience just wearing a maroon shirt. Again, all alone. This guy wearing a maroon shirt. All alone wearing a maroon shirt. Wearing a maroon shirt.
Just for the record, is it weird to wear maroon? Because by some estimates I just pulled, maroon and burgundy account for somewhere between 5 and 10% of everyday men's clothing colors. So in a crowd of 3,000-ish people, it wouldn't really be weird to see at least a few dozen, maybe even 100 men wearing maroon. Their choice of t-shirt color does not indicate in any way their involvement in a military operation. And I am kind of stuttering to find my words because it feels ludicrous. And of course, that's what Candace is trying to do. She wants to make the entire debate so ludicrous that no one can take anything seriously. And it's very hard because you're playing a game of whack-a-mole where when you hit one, another thing pops up. And so anybody piercing one thing thoroughly, she can just move on to the next thing. It's the choose your own adventure of assassination theories. But assuming for a moment that the maroon theory is totally legit, we now already have hundreds of people right there off the bat who are involved in this conspiracy. Then you have the planners of the assassination itself. You've got Tyler Robinson, whoever planted the exploding microphone, everyone who fabricated all the physical and digital evidence, the bullet casings, the DNA, the rifle that his parents identified, the Discord chats, the rooftop trail, the cell tower records, the impressions on the side of the roof. No black op of this complexity runs with fewer than a dozen people, so we need to add them in. And every participant is a lifetime leak risk. Remember that. Every single one. Even more absurd, in this all-time difficult assassination, we're told that these highly trained black op assassins managed to pick the wrong caliber of bullet for the job. In their haste to fabricate ballistics evidence, the assassins supposedly picked a round that would have gone straight through Charlie's neck and should have created a massive exit wound 100% of the time, if you believe these theories. The problem is, it's not even remotely true. But let's look at this from Ian Carroll. In his tweet, he says, so now that we know that the bullets allegedly used to shoot Charlie appear to be brand new FMJ rounds and that Tyler was not a great shot, can't wait to watch the Fed sloppers move their goalposts and explain how brand new 30-06 FMJ stops in a human neck. I was told there were mountains of evidence to convict Tyler Robinson, and instead I'm left with mountains of questions, contradictions, and wildly improbable coincidences. What's amazing about this particular post is that Carroll attached an image.
But what's amazing about Ian Carroll is that he didn't give a damn before Charlie Kirk was shot. How you leave a post about him serving Jesus Christ, and then you turn around and now want to make it seem like, oh, I'm so concerned about my friend. Y'all help me find my friend's killer. I don't know. I'm just imagining this is how he sounds. I don't even recall if I've ever heard him speak. Help me recall my friend's killer. Because I'm so worried. The Fed sloppers. The Feds is not spearheading this case. It's the state of Utah. For the dummies in the back. This case is being spearheaded by the state of Utah. One case headed by the state of Utah. Two cases headed by the state of Utah. How do they need to register this? It's going towards this idiocy where they rather continue to repeat that dumbass lie than to at least say, yes, this is headed by the state of Utah, the prosecutors in the state of Utah. We got it later. Look. Why not say state slop? I mean, is it too hard to just say state sloppers? At least it's the state of Utah. Then you'll be accurate. Why not just say state slop? Let's not forget Sloppy Joe Kent worked for the Feds and Candace trusted him. Are we not going to talk about that Fed connection that Candace has? She also said she had sources inside the FBI. Was it Sloppy Joe Kent, Candace? Because no one told you to tell us that. You did not have to tell that to L during that CNN interview. But since you put it out there, mighty funny how you don't mind having sources in the FBI, but you don't trust the FBI. Make it make sense. Now, this stuff goes over the cult members' heads all the time. Guaranteed 100%. They're too stupid to catch it. Candace communicated and trusted Sloppy Joe Kent, who was the director for national counterterrorism. And according to Miss Snow, Sloppy Joe Kent vetted Miss Snow to go on Candace Owens' show. So how do you know that Candace has not been giving you all Fed slop this entire time? Because she trusted Sloppy Joe Kent. Why trust the Feds if you don't trust them at all? Why use the CIA logo on your merch to make money if you don't trust them at all? Funny how she keeps invoking herself as if she's a federal investigator. You know, impersonation is a felony. But she keeps doing that. Why? But you don't trust the Feds. Why would you want any association with the Feds if you don't trust the Feds? You know, when they're stuck on stupid little Feds out here, just can't put two and two together. I do this happily with glee. It doesn't even bother me. I'm not even going to lose any sleep tonight. I'm really not. Funny how you trust the Feds to have sources, to use the CIA logo. Sloppy Joe Kent, sources in the FBI. But any other time, it's Fed slop. We don't eat tater tots later up. We don't eat that. Fed slop. Now all of a sudden, the whole onus, the onus falls on the Feds when they're not even spearheading this case. State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. That is the name of this case, period. It doesn't change because a bunch of dumb cult members want to sit here and repeat the dumb lie that the Feds are spearheading anything. Why are you giving the Feds all this credit if you don't trust them? Why credit all of this to the Feds? Why not give credit where it's due? To the prosecutors in the state of Utah. They're giving the Feds way too much credit. Talking about Fed slop, Fed slop, Fed slop, Fed slop. Why not state slop? Give the prosecutors some credit here. The lead investigators in Utah, give them some credit. Don't take this case away from them. They was like, look, we got subpoena power. We've been getting evidence and got like 10 terabytes of data. Why do you all keep crediting the Feds? It's such an insult, Candace.
Of rounds that were recovered from Robinson's rifle. And they're clearly not FMJ or full metal jacket rounds, which are designed for maximum penetration. Yes, instead, these are soft points. Those are designed to fragment throughout the body on impact. Carroll himself later acknowledged this in a follow-up, but he still didn't back down. And this is important for you to see. Here's his tweet. Correction. Exactly. Looks like they could also be soft points, which also is extremely problematic.
Exactly.
In other words, no matter what kind of bullet was used, Ian Carroll is convinced it is evidence of a conspiracy, one way or the other. If it's a soft point, he'll say it's evidence of a conspiracy. And if it's a full metal jacket round, he'll say the exact same thing. Heads he wins, tails you lose. The facts have no relevance whatsoever to this analysis. Phoenix Ammunition, which manufactures precision...
Deb, let me tell you something. If she would have testified... Deb, you don't have to send all caps, honey. We can read you. All right. I read it. Calm down. If she get up there and testify, then whatever happens to her happens, including perjury. When you have a cult leader that cannot tell the truth to save her life and has no evidence to back up any of that, yeah, no, put her ass on the stand. You know, the defense attorney will be so mad. Let her get on the stand. And once she swore under oath, when she's sworn in, the first lie she tells, we all will be waiting to tell that prosecutor to hit her ass with perjury charges. Yes, let that happen. I want her to get deposed in her 2 lawsuits sitting in her lap. Funny how Candace is not studying her lawsuits. But somehow she thinks she is the head FBI investigator of a criminal murder case that belongs to the state of Utah. But she's not studying her own lawsuit sitting in her lap. Candace, are you going to court July 27th at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? Girl, I got time now. I can report on this early up in the day. Oh, Candace, I'm going to be listening in on that hearing. Yep. I will be listening in on it. Can't live stream me. I don't have permission from the chief judge of the court. I know better. But I will be listening. And I'm going to tell it all. Why don't you take your ass to court, Candace? Go to court. This is coming from the woman that files motions to dismiss and rescheduled her court hearing thrice. 3 times. Are we going for a 4th, Candace, or what? When will we know if you rescheduled again? Are you going to wait till Friday, or are you just going to go ahead and do it now? Or are you going to actually go? Why don't you surprise us all and go to court? Candace, go to court. Go to court. Is she doing shows this week? If she is, then that's probably indication she's not going to court. Candace doesn't even want to go to court for her own cases. So much for that subpoena turtle power.
Ammo has done some of the best work debunking this narrative. As they put it, after reviewing an image of the rounds that Robinson was using, quote, "This is a Remington core-locked soft point round. It's specifically designed to deform, slow down, and prevent an exit wound. Available at literally every single gun store and sporting goods store that sells ammunition." But in this version of events that's being pushed by many of these people, it's simply impossible for a 30-06 to deform inside a human body without leaving an exit wound. They're saying this is common knowledge and that only a fool would think otherwise. So this highly trained team of assassins apparently knows less about ballistics than Ian Carroll, a former pizza delivery guy, and Candace Owens. And if Candace Owens is to be believed, they made several other mistakes as well. Watch this from Data Republican.
Is that Tyler Robinson, who did not attend UVU, had never been on UVU campus, packed up his car that day, jumped onto a rooftop, figured out how to like jump around like Spider-Man, and just knew exactly where Charlie Kirk would be seated just by having never been there.
I don't
Do you think
Tyler Robinson was there.
you don't think he was there?
No. I think he's a total patsy. I think they get lookalikes and they got everybody wearing the same outfit. I think he played a role, and I believe that what he did was he picked up clothes and he dumped.
You know what she said? Oh, God. Yeah, you know what? We're going to have to do a watch party on that one. Candace, I'm in the mood to just crack jokes on you throughout this entire interview. And it's 4 hours long. Well, that's going to be like an 8-hour one. Yeah. For those who are new to me, yeah, I'm known to be able to go live for 2 or 3 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. Candace, life is tough. Get a helmet. The camel, y'all, is coming to court. I forgot to change my background. The camel is coming to court. Egypt versus Israel to testify. Who will give the best testimony? We got to do a watch party on this. I'm in the mood. Candace, I told you I have time now. You can't make this up.
Them behind the Dairy Queen. I think he had a role, but I do not believe that Tyler Robinson is the person who was walking in that staircase. I do not believe the person walking in the staircase
was it George Farmer? Because it could have been George Farmer.
And I feel confident stating that Tyler Robinson did not murder. His roommate is a federal asset, Lance Twiggs. the person.
Why do you think that?
Because the police didn't even question him.
Candace, if I get body cam footage of that interrogation, that's it. That'll be the end of that. We're not going to your alternate reality. Why make statements that would defy what's happening in this reality? If there's body cam footage for that, we get interrogations all the time. You understand the interrogations could be made available to the public. That's a FOIA request. Like, this is ridiculous. Does she not watch interrogations? Those are a thing. Candace, you lie about stupid stuff.
Which, if you run the theory that he was killed with a patent shape charge, then they all suddenly start to make sense. Why they wouldn't bring the bomb dogs over to where Charlie died was that he was shot from below. Because I watched his shirt.
You know what do you mean? You want the dogs to sniff out for a bomb that no longer exists? Wouldn't the bomb be in his microphone? Candace, that's not even the correct term to use. You understand what? Oh my God. You know, because bomb goes boom boom. Jesus.
Go out, and I watched the friction of his body, and I saw that his necklace broke before he was hit.
The mistakes from these omnipotent state actor professional assassins just keep piling up. First, they use a lookalike for Tyler Robinson, who wasn't even supposedly at the school when Charlie was shot. Never mind all the footage showing Robinson walking onto the roof and taking the shot. Never mind the Ring doorbell footage of Robinson driving by campus and then parking on a residential street near the campus the night of the shooting. Behavior that was so weird that an officer recorded Robinson's license plate at the time. Never mind the fact that Robinson's own coworkers, after seeing the surveillance footage, noticed obvious similarities to the person they knew. As one electrician put it, quote, Tyler walked around with clenched fists all the time, like super hard clenched fists. I remember making a joke to him one time when he had his fists like that, and I was like, are you mad, Tyler? And he was like, that's just what I do. He was always soft-spoken, but his fists were always like that. Even in the security footage from UVU, you can see he's got his fists clenched tight. And while you're at it, forget about the fact that surveillance footage from the parking garage at Utah Valley University shows Robinson was driving the same car that was parked in front of his home when authorities arrested him. And of course, forget about the fact that Robinson's own parents turned him in, that he confessed, that he said he wanted to commit suicide, and so on and so forth. Despite all this evidence, in reality...
Didn't the license plate register back to him, or did it register to his parents? Wasn't he in college? Wanted to be one of those where he felt like he can just go to school forever and live in his parents' basement. How did that go? Was the plate registered back to him in his name? Both? It was in the parents and his name? So if his name is on the tag, Candace, that means that card was registered to him as well. That is evidence to corroborate that vehicle being his. If it's his car and the registration goes back to him, and that's the same car we saw in video surveillance camera footages, that is satisfactory as admissible evidence in the court of law. Your theories, Candace, no one cares about. No one. Not at all. It wouldn't even hold up well on Sesame Street. One dumb lie.
According to Candace, Tyler Robinson was never actually there. The conspirators used a body double instead. That seems like a very risky and unnecessary strategy, since Robinson and his parents could easily go public at any moment and unravel this entire conspiracy. Then the secret assassins, they used an explosive device, or maybe a shooter from below, even though there were dozens of cameras recording Charlie Kirk when he was killed. And what's more, they used another asset, Robinson's roommate, Lance Twiggs, to assist in this plot. But instead of making it believable, they simply refused to interview Lance Twiggs at all. Exactly. That's Candace's claim. The Twiggs was a federal asset, and the conspiracy so incompetent that they didn't even interview Twiggs in order to keep up appearances and make it somewhat believable. Of course, none of this is actually true. Twiggs was interviewed multiple times by the authorities, including the day after the shooting. He also appeared on camera in an interview with prosecutors in a previously recorded conversation.
You see that? Because Candace, cameras. Lord, we thank you for advancement in technology. Let it continue to advance but not overtake us as human beings. In Jesus' name, amen. Candace, all of this was recorded on video. None of your BS theories would fly in court, but video evidence would. This is what I mean. If we produce video evidence, then you can't say that he was not interrogated. Interrogated is the word you're looking for. Interrogated. I know you got to break down the word into parts. Okay? It might come out like interpreted. But, you got to go slow, Candace. Interrogated. Okay? It's like 4 syllables in that. So you got to take your time. Interrogated. You can always listen to the pronunciation of the word on dictionary.com. You said that they didn't question him? That has to be the dumbest lie. Candace, why lie about this? Why lie about this? Of course it's recorded. Either they were wearing the body cams or there's a camera in the room. This was done virtual. So they recorded the live stream itself. If there is an interrogation that occurred in person, then there's a camera with mic with sound in the interrogation room. If need be, the officers will come in with body cam, or the investigators will come in with body cam, or they'll just record on their work phone. It's that simple.
That we all saw during the preliminary hearing. People can now see this with their own eyes.
Exactly.
According to Candace, though, all of these people were in on it.
Okay.
Lance Twiggs, seemingly Tyler Robinson, his parents, the people who planted the rifle rounds, and so on. The list is nearly never ending. But the conspiracy goes even deeper. Then you have to involve the hundreds of people in law enforcement. If Tyler Robinson didn't actually fire this fatal shot and he simply fired a decoy, then the FBI's forensic response teams, as well as the investigators from the local police department, they are all compromised. That's the direct implication of what Candace is saying. Not only did this investigation somehow miss the obvious evidence of an explosion on the stage, but the FBI would also have to ignore or fabricate all of the relevant ballistic evidence. They would have had to miss wherever the decoy bullet landed, as well as the explosive residue, and all of the signs of an explosion that would have been captured in 4K on many cell phones, by the way, in the crowd. All of that also has to be ignored or hidden. Orem PD, Utah DPS, campus police, and every other agency that touched this case would have needed to do the same thing. They would have all had to hide this or manufacture evidence or fail to notice manufactured evidence. And everyone involved in the process would have had to remain completely silent throughout the whole operation until their own deaths many years from now. Now let's think through the likelihood of this. Remember when that transgender shooter committed the massacre at the Covenant School in Nashville? 3 adults and 3 little 9-year-old kids were murdered. Remember what happened when the authorities refused to release the shooter's manifesto? Eventually, it leaked to Steven Crowder, as well as local publications like the Tennessee Star. Some of the shooter's medical records even leaked out. Because that is what happens when there is a top-down effort to force an entire agency into silence, even when there are obvious questions. Eventually, shooter's manifesto. Eventually, it leaked to Steven Crowder, as well as local publications like the Tennessee Star. Some of the shooter's medical records even leaked out. Because that is what happens when there is a top-down effort to force an entire agency into silence, even when there are obvious questions that need to be answered. The secret eventually comes out. Good men do step up. The bigger the cover-up, the higher the stakes, and the more agencies that are involved, the more likely leaks become because the math becomes impossible to contain. When you're talking about the single most significant and widely covered political assassination in our generation, there is no way you will ever get all of these agencies to remain silent, because each agency, it involves real people, individuals.
Yes.
Even just selfishly, one of them could break it wide open and they could become filthy rich while doing it. So this becomes especially true, according to one of Candace's leading theories at least, where there's a trap door below Charlie that a shooter could have used. Because then there's supposedly this whole underground layer where assassins could have operated from, and that authorities all chose to ignore. Watch this.
There was a massive pipeline that was almost exactly behind where Charlie was sitting. Here's that maybe it's a water pipeline. I don't know, but there it is under the flag. And to your right, I went into my tips line.
Why didn't you just ask one of your dumb cult members, what is this? I mean, you can put up a whole video assuming and guessing all kinds of other dumb crap. You couldn't just put a photo up and say, can someone tell me exactly what this is, please? In all that getting, get some understanding. Is it too hard to question, Candace? You can't make this up. Why not just say, what is this? What type of pipe is this? Seriously. Good Lord. Is this a drain pipe or something? What is she looking at? Like, who even knows what she's looking at here? What's going to happen from this pipe? That's not big enough for a human being to come up. Are we talking about this area right here? Or that back there? That looks like that's on the pole. Is she talking about? I know she's not talking about this black pipe, whatever that is. You expect a human to get through that? And do what? Candace, why didn't you go to UVU and find out for yourself what exactly this is? Once again, people, she has not been to UVU. Candace has not been to UVU. So all these things that she's asking about, she could have just took her little bum ass out there to look at it for herself. She has not even been on the unless you have, Candace, and that's what you're trying to tell me.
And I saw that somebody had messaged me about this. More than one person messaged me about this. They're like, hey, yeah, there's like a whole underground thing there. And to your right, you're observing those two little boxes. And they told me that was a trap door. Now, I'm not implying someone, popped up and shot Charlie, but that's a close-up of that area. You think a human can come up out of there? Candace. We don't even know how big this hole is. Has anyone ever been photographed inside of it? What makes you think this is big enough for a human being? That doesn't look big enough for an actual human being to get through. You can't make this up. Just implying that there's an entire underground there.
Puppy.
And I remember when I looked at the footage, I felt like it was coming up. I don't know anything about ballistics. I'm not an expert.
No, you're not.
But if there was a hatch door nearby,
oh God,
then we can assume, as we should always assume with colleges, obviously stadiums, there's always an underground path. So
it was the Hamburglar. He came up to the y'all, it was the Count and the Hamburglar. They were tag teaming, right? The Count was like, one door has to go through. And then the Hamburglar came behind that. Can I buy a hamburger today and pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today? Straight out of Popeyes. Right out of the Popeye the Sailor Man. Because that the Hamburglar had to make sure that Charlie Kirk ate his vegetables and stuff. He had spinach. Then Charlie ate his spinach out the can, just raw. There's no smoked turkey meat to give it flavor, no cornbread to go along with it, just raw out the can. And then the Hamburglar came behind it and said, you want a hamburger? Charlie Kirk said, no, I'm on a diet. And then the Hamburglar and the Count went back down that hole, back into Sesame Street and La La Land. Yeah, that's what happened.
I'm wondering if the federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done that. While everyone's looking around and thinking that a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Again, I'm theorizing because I have a right to. I have a right to think.
Oh, man.
And
I could
that is interesting to me. Where does it go?
Oh,
where do the tunnels underneath UVU lead to? Right? That's an interesting question. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below.
Candace, maybe when we look right, you look left. Yeah, we can do this all day. Candace, whenever we go red, you go orange. Yeah, because red, orange. Candace, if you go south, we're going north. Hey, if you go to the ocean, we're getting on dry land. Yeah, we can just do this all day. If we go cell phone, you go laptop. Oh, sweet Jesus, Candace, what's thunder again? Did you ever conquer the mystery of thunder and lightning? Regardless of the tales of what George taught you about thunder again. It was funny. This is the same person now that cannot figure out the freezing point of water. Candace, what's the boiling point of water? It's 3 numbers, not 2.
This is a lead that, in Candace's view, no law enforcement agency decided to follow up on. They all collectively decided to pave over the murder scene and ignore the underground layer. Already, we're talking about one of the most vast, extensive conspiracies to ever exist, maybe the most. Additionally, Turning Point USA would be culpable here, as well as any and every FBI investigator who processed the SUV that removed Charlie from the scene, as Candace demonstrates here.
Is, like I said, we'll get closer. Next photo that we can show you is, I don't know if you can see that clearly on your screen, but in the middle there is just full, shattered, tempered glass.
So disturbing, man.
There's no mistaking it. There is no question mark.
Oh, this is so disturbing. Okay, shout out to Continue Freedom up in here. Thank all of you all for watching and tuning in. Oh my goodness, y'all, we got Continue Freedom going to be joining us later on this evening. I am so glad to see you. How's it going? Oh, y'all. You got to laugh. I'm telling you all, it's a mala. Make America laugh again. Yeah, I copped it. That's mine. Mala time. It is mala time. They say Miller time. I say mala time. Make America laugh again. Candace, you I don't even know how anyone can take this seriously right now. I mean, you know, we all are saying you're stupid, but God, you got a whole coat that thinks that this is groundbreaking news and that somehow she's a journalist. Where's your degree at, Candace? Oh, my sweet, oh, you sweet, sweet Muppet. She's trying to say the juice in the tunnels. What's she trying? Oh, it must have been the midget horse. How dare you, midget horse? No one told you to come out that hole. Didn't I tell you wait your turn? Didn't I tell you, little midget, to wait your turn? Can't make this up. Horses, what are you gonna do? You can make this. Oh my God, y'all. We're gonna have some fun this evening with Jared from Continue Freedom. Oh, let's get back to it. I'm early just in case some of you all missed it. I got let go by my employer today. It's man, words just cannot express right now. It sucks. Whatever. So right now, this is my main source of income until I get another job, or I could just get to the point where I can do this every day. I'd rather make this my business and means of living and keep going. So hit that like button. Tell YouTube to keep this video up in the algorithm. Candace, we got to do a watch party on that Sean thing. I said I wouldn't do it, but now we got time. We got time. We got time to Continue Freedom. So make sure you guys hit that like button for me. Yeah, it happens, honey. I'm be honest, I'm tired of it happening to me because it's like every 2 or 3 years with stuff like this happens, something go on, and it's like my job got to be eliminated. Maybe God is trying to get me on my own. If that be the case, yeah, we got to make America laugh again. I love it. Hashtag Mala. It's a Mala moment. Mala time, y'all. It's Mala time. Make America laugh again. So if you guys can hit that like button, subscribe. We're on the road to 50,000 Luxters. I appreciate you all support. You all could be watching anything else, but you choose to watch me and hang out with me. We are having a good time this evening as well. Jared, you know we got to cut up a little bit. Smaller time. We got to cut up a little bit. I appreciate you all. Let's get back to this. And then we can get ready and prep for this evening with Jared from Continue Freedom.
Mark, that is what is in the middle of that car.
What just happened? Lord? Ooh, sweet Jesus. Hold on. Did y'all see the video? Just went away. Oh no. You can't make this up. Okay.
To frame every week, a new.
Okay.
Charlie, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2 there. To your right, you're observing those 2 little boxes, and they told me
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Was a trap door. Now, I'm not implying someone, popped up and shot Charlie, but that's a close-up of that area. I'm just implying that there's an entire underground there.
Okay.
And I remember when I looked at the footage, I felt like it was coming up. I don't know anything about ballistics. I'm not an expert. But if there was a hatch door nearby, then we can assume, as we should always assume with colleges, obviously stadiums, there's always an underground path. So I'm wondering if the federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done.
Candace, the FBI is not spearheading this case. It is the state of Utah. State of Utah. The FBI has the ability to assist in any state criminal case, but the jurisdiction falls to that district of where the crime was committed. It's the same concept with Andrew Tate. He got sent back to the UK because they charging him over there. The US chose to extradite him and send his behind back over there so that he can answer to the charges from the UK. It would be the same thing, let's say, if it happened in Wisconsin. Tyler Robinson would have to answer to the charges in Wisconsin because the crime occurred there. But it occurred in Utah. So why would the FBI go out their way to do that when they have investigators that work for the police department that is quite capable of doing that? Give the prosecutors and the lead investigators in the state of Utah more credit than this. I mean, if you don't want the feds slop in this, why are you giving all the credit to the feds? Jared, I don't know if she understands that concept. Candace, you got to make it make sense. You're saying, forget the feds slop. Okay, so let's stop saying that it belongs to the feds. It belongs to the state. Give the state the credit it deserves. Why sit here and say it's feds slop, but then not acknowledge the fact that the feds are not spearheading the case? It's that simple. Candace, I know words are hard for you.
On that, while everyone's looking around and thinking that a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Again, I'm theorizing because I have a right to. I have a right to think. And
no. Your thinking is getting you caught up in defamation lawsuits. Candace, you can think all you want. It's the lying that's the problem here. You understand? Having the right to think does not equal having the right to defame. There's a difference. You just flat out lie. Big difference. Hit the phone. Because we go over definitions in the Lady Luck Club all the time. Huge difference in having the right to think versus the right to defame. You don't. You don't have the right to defame. Defamation is not protected free speech under the First Amendment. Nope. Boy, the bots are still bigly mad. Y'all know that?
And that is interesting to me. Where does it go?
Good.
Where do the tunnels underneath UVU lead to? right?
Boo-boo in a
That's an
bucket.
interesting question. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below.
This is a lead that, in Candace's view, no law enforcement agency decided to follow up on. They all collectively decided to pave over the murder scene and ignore the underground layer. Already, we're talking about one of the most vast, extensive conspiracies to ever exist, maybe the most. Additionally, Turning Point USA would be culpable here, as well as any and every FBI investigator who processed the SUV that removed Charlie from the scene, as Candace demonstrates here.
Oh my God.
Is, like I said, we'll get closer. Next photo that we can show you is, I don't know if you can see that clearly on your screen. In the middle there is just full, shattered, tempered glass.
Candace.
There's no mistaking it. There is no question mark. That is what is.
That is not it. Oh my God. Is it too hard for Candace to just buy 2 or 3 of those microphones? You're a multi-millionaire. Just buy them. Fax Me did. Fax Me. There's Steven over there. Shout out to Steven and Fax Me. He bought microphones and then put some detonation in them and popped them. It was not glass, because then that glass would have shattered when it popped. People would have glass shards in them. You can't make this up. I believe it's still called shrapnel, right? If it's glass, is it still called shrapnel? I know for metal it is. Is that the concept for glass? It would be like glass shrapnel shard pieces. The energy of that glass exploding is going to cut somebody. How does she think glass works? God, Candace.
In the middle of that car. We will get close on that as well. So you can see
God.
it. John Bray was telling the truth. And many, many, many people, those who Charlie put on stage and whose careers Charlie built, were lying to you.
Yeah.
They were lying to you. They were calling this a conspiracy. It is not a conspiracy.
It is.
It's not a conspiracy at all.
It is.
That there is tempered, shattered glass with
that is a whole conspiracy and a lie. Because somehow you don't know what materials make up glass, Candace. People would have been cut up. Exploding glass would leave sharp shrapnel pieces that would cut people up. Even if it's small scratches or cuts, it will still have that effect. Because you're not going to take energy and put it behind glass where it breaks into sharp, small pieces and then no one gets hurt or cut from it. Unbelievable. I'm almost speechless. I don't even know what to say. Why not just buy a microphone and then pop it, Candy? Boom, boom goes the pop.
White bits all over the center of this car and into the back seat. So the stories Frank and Brian Harpole have told to the public, for some reason, don't include this. We were told only his neck was being addressed. They got right to work. He got right to work. Frank was praying in the back seat. They had about 6 minutes on the clock, weaving through traffic at 40, 60, 100 miles per hour for a ride that Google Maps says is 8 minutes away. And again, if you're able to hit those speeds, it means that you were not stuck in traffic. Why is this detail missing?
First of all, I own this kind of Rode microphone. And to my eyes, although the photos are not obviously super high quality, it looks like a lot more glass than you'd ever get from this microphone itself. More importantly, it would also defy physics for the remnants of that microphone to be in that car after some kind of explosion, since Charlie was carried with a loose-fitting shirt to the vehicle.
Oh, God.
So logically, follow me here, most of the glass would have dropped off out of his shirt on the way there. If the microphone had truly fragmented, after an explosion, that is, most of the glass would be left behind at the crime scene, or at least some of it. And it would be visible on the videos of the shooting. It's just not plausible that the glass would be completely invisible until after the shooting, only to suddenly appear on the floor of the car. But you know what is plausible? In a chaotic scene where people are moving really fast and people aren't sure if there's a shooter still, someone might have broken something. Maybe someone stepped on some other glass item when they were all piling in an absolute panic. Whatever the case, when you look at the leading theories she has presented, it leads you on to believe that Turning Point USA and the FBI must have covered this all up. So we can now add all of these individuals to this alleged conspiracy. Then we get to the medical chain. The paramedics, ER staff at the hospital, and the medical examiner who autopsied Charlie and recovered the bullet fragments. We're talking about dozens of people here at a minimum. If the ballistics were faked, the medical examiner and forensic pathologists are all in on it too. These are people whose entire profession is documenting exactly this kind of event. The Utah Medical Examiner's Office conducted his autopsy. They opened Charlie up to look for anything that might have killed him aside from a bullet. And what they found in the end was exactly what they expected. Charlie Kirk was killed by a single gunshot wound to the neck. But if a microphone or another shooter had really killed Charlie, the odds are 100% that someone in this chain would have spotted something unusual. But that didn't happen. No one involved in Charlie's medical care or his autopsy has even hinted that there might have been some other cause of death, that there might have been just something weird. And then you get to the people who would have to be involved in the operation itself. It goes without saying, under Candace's theories, Robinson's defense team, they must also be compromised. That's the only way to explain the fact that Robinson's lawyers didn't introduce any of Candace's theories during the lengthy preliminary hearing last week. You'd think that if there was evidence a bomb had killed Charlie Kirk, or that the Egyptian military was involved, or the French Foreign Legion, or guys in maroon shirts, or Trump, or the CIA, or a B cult, yes, a real thing she pushed, then the defense would have presented it. This was their opportunity to get a judge to release their client. But Robinson's attorneys did not call any witnesses. They didn't even suggest that the microphone was a bomb, or that there was some other gunman, or that Erica Kirk had just held some secret meeting at a military base, or that foreign intelligence assets were in the crowd. Instead, at every turn, Robinson's attorneys made it clear that their goal is merely to spare their client from getting the death penalty. They've made no effort to exonerate him. In fact, Robinson's lawyers have consistently made objections before the court in order to keep evidence secret, including footage of Tyler committing the crime, sealed from public view. That is what they want. Meanwhile, Erica Kirk's lawyers have told the court that they want every bit of footage and evidence released. Media has asked for the same thing. So have the prosecutors. Robinson's lawyers, the very people you'd expect to be shouting from the rooftops about a vast conspiracy so they could poke holes in the official narrative as much as they possibly can, they're the only ones who are trying to hide the available evidence from public scrutiny. Think about that. For Robinson's lawyers, their literal job is to find holes in the state's case. A framed client is the case of a lifetime, career making, headline making. They would have full discovery access to every piece of evidence. These people could write books that would make them wealthy and their grandchildren wealthy. The theory requires them to sit on this proof of a frame up, the frame up of a century, against their own client's interests and their own fame and fortune. So yeah, the defense team and their staff have to be in on this at a minimum, right? And so do Robinson's parents, who haven't said a word in public about this alleged plot to frame Tyler. And for good measure, you have to include the retired county detective who helped convince Tyler Robinson to turn himself in. Surely, if that guy had been interested in the truth, he would have encouraged Tyler Robinson to plead his innocence here. Then
the parents would have encouraged him to plead his innocence. I mean, seriously, Candace, we all know that you are pretty much lining out to be a crappy parent. Because no one in their right frame of mind, no reasonable, loving mother would bring 4 small children to Russia during a war when you have warnings to not travel there. And then you're supposed to be a pregnant. How's that phantom pregnancy working again? You can't make this up. We don't know if you beating on George's butt, giving him black eyes. But at the end of the day, you're not going to sit here and just give up your child to the hands of police. If you truly felt that your kid was innocent and that the state would not be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they actually committed a murder in front of thousands of people in person and on national television virtually, they would have told him, no, You go into the house, we gonna get you an attorney, and then if they want to come and arrest you, they need an arrest warrant. They're gonna have to get a warrant for your arrest. That means they would have to meet that probable cause to sufficiently charge you. And then they come and get you. Make them go through the courts. That's if they truly felt their son was innocent. Because, see, I'm a mama bear. I got my babies. I'm not going to just hand my kids over. If I know and feel assured they did not commit this crime, that's a very serious crime. You're talking about them seeking the death penalty. You think his parents wouldn't have to think about him getting the death penalty? They still tucked him in. And I'm sure they said, son, we love you, but, you know, this is one of the consequences. We can hope and pray you get life. But you shouldn't have did this. You took somebody else's life because you didn't like what they were saying. All Candy Cult members do is prove how they act just like Tyler Robinson. All of them. Candace included. You say something, she don't like it, you get blocked. And then she sends her cohorts and her cult members after you to send you death threats. Candace Owens acts just like Tyler Robinson. 2 peas in the pod. Yeah, let me send out all these death threats. You saying words that I can't define and pronounce, and I don't like them. How dare you come against the cult leader, Lady Locke? How dare you report her to the feds and the Utah Police Department for doxing, Lady Locke? You're supposed to let her break all the laws. Candace Owens is their god, their cult leader. They bow down and grovel at her every minute of every day. They believe she's above the rule of law. Here on earth, in this reality, she is not. You're going to learn today. Because that's at this point, you know, I'm not here to convince these dumbass cult members. They're going to learn one way or the other. FAFO. Hashtag Molotov. Yeah, you're going to learn today. This is ridiculous. A man lost his life. His parents are grieving. His wife is grieving. Kids are so small. Only one understands daddy's not coming home every day. The other one doesn't. And here you got Candace acting like Tyler Robinson. Candace, did you tell Tyler Robinson he would never see a day in prison? How did that conversation go? Because you keep having these Freudian slips. We still don't know George Farmer's alibi. What was he at? You want to talk about a lookalike? I'm so serious. If you all look at the photo of George Farmer with the black eye in the airport and put that next to that Tyler Robinson photo with the black hat and shades and the black shirt. Yeah. That's a lookalike. And yet she doesn't like idea of George Farmer being there is so implausible. No. What if he was? What if he was? What if George Farmer was one of the lookalikes that helped him change clothes? What if George Farmer was waiting at the Dairy Queen, eating an ice cream cone? I'm waiting over here. I already have your chicken tenders. Candace ain't just like Tyler Robinson. You say something she don't like or her dumbass cult members don't like, they're ready to sit here and send you death threats. They want to murder you. Candace Owens wants Erica Kirk dead, but she gets mad when people say that out loud. Why? She's stalking her. Those direct sources of contacts living in Erica Kirk's building, yeah, they're committing a whole felony on behalf of Candace Owens. And yet, somehow, all these morons think that this is okay. To act like Tyler Robinson. Candace Owens and her dumb cult are showing us the mindset of Tyler Robinson. We can't even have a disagreement anymore. Because now you got to worry about somebody trying to kill you. Candace out here doxing people, but then the cult's getting mad because you're reporting that to the authorities when she should be told to stop doxing. She's been doing this for 8 years, had a whole website. That's how horrible this cult is. They all act like Tyler Robinson. Sit here, take away your life. You're not going to live to see a new day, Lady Luck. You told on her. It's been 8 years. This is not the first LEO she's ever doxed. But reasonable people in their right frame of mind that have a conscience and humanity should want this to be her last. That police sergeant does not deserve to have her relatives just put out there like that. And none of that crap makes a difference in the court of law. None of it. So why is she doing it? Because she wants to harass and intimidate. That's all she does. Yeah, I have this thing where I have to dig into people's lives. Yeah, okay, keep on. And yeah, all that doxing, intent to harass. So you're already showing us intent. That's intent. You're giving us intent. Whether your cult members understand the definition of the word intent, we don't give a damn. Period. Based on federal laws, intent. And I've been posting them all over X all day. Oh, the cult bots are so mad.
We can get into the congressional intelligence committees with subpoena power, the inspector generals, the journalists at every major outlet, including outlets ideologically motivated to blow this wide open. Yeah. A proven state assassination of Charlie Kirk would be the biggest story in American history, at least in my lifetime. Every reporter on earth would want it, but none of them have broken such a story, which obviously means they're in on it too. And as we all know, the implication from Candace Owens has been that Erica and Turning Point are also involved. One of her main pieces of evidence seems to be that Erica supposedly lied about her young children waking up in the middle of the night. Oh, watch this.
She then says that Charlie woke up for a snack at 2:45 in the morning. And apparently he was so loud, the apartment's small, and maybe it was his excitement. He's like,
you're talking about Candace, my boys do that. What do you mean? Why is that a bad thing? Grown men aren't supposed to get hungry. Most men, all the real men in the Lady Luck Club, to all the real men in the chat, hit the 4 if you get up and eat a snack in the middle of the night. Some men get up and eat whole meals. What you mean? Is she for real? Mind you all, she's got 4 kids, all under the age of what, 6, 7? I'm sure that the smallest two still get up. Technically, one of them sounds like it's still a toddler, an infant. Your daughter gets up in the middle of the night looking for Squishmallows. What's the difference? You can't sit here and control when the baby. If the baby wakes up, the baby wakes up. What you gonna do? Candace, I hope you're not spanking these kids because they waking up in the middle of the night and they're toddlers. You really are the worst mother if you do that.
Yeah, you. Yeah, I'm so excited. Who knows? Okay, we're not clear on that.
We who? You and the direct sources and contacts living in her building. Your words, not mine. You obviously have direct sources and contacts in her residential building. Why would you say that out loud? Because she's getting away with it. A whole felony. You don't have to be there in person to orchestrate stalking. You're initiating and ensuring that it's actually occurring. What is it that these people would have to tell you? Candace, just want to check in with you, let you know that Erica Kirk is now leaving her apartment, condo, townhome, whatever it is. Yeah, she's about to walk the dog. You want us to follow or stay behind? Why else would anyone say that they have direct sources and contacts living in her residential building if it's not for the purposes of stalking? Because otherwise, people don't say that, you dumb alien. That's not something people say. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. Most people, like, if they're stalking, they're stalking. But for you to say, I have sources and direct contacts living in her residential building, and none of that will come up in court by the prosecutor or defense attorney. So why are you watching her in her residential building? You have people reporting to you what she does. She can't even take her kids out for a walk now because Candace has sources and direct contacts living in her residential building. Got eyes and ears everywhere. We're always listening and watching. That's stalking.
But the implication is that's what woke up her 3-year-old daughter at 2:45 in the morning.
Yeah, how would you know that, Candace? Someone called you and told you that? They send you video footage or what? How did this go? Because, I mean, what good is the sources and direct contacts if they're not giving you information? So did they call you and tell you that, send you a text, an email? How did you come across that information? These are questions that the cult members are not going to ever ask her because, you know, they're some punks and cowards. Can't make this up.
That's not when toddlers at the age of 3 wake up, okay? These are sleep-trained toddlers.
No. Toddlers wake up anytime. She has like it's something she can just control, like mind control or something. Like, go back to sleep. Shh. Look, don't make me get the voodoo doll. E.T. phone home. Come on.
Okay? Gigi wakes up at 2:45, 3-year-old kid who should be in the REM stage of sleep. Toddlers knock out.
Yeah, no. And your daughter should be in the REM stage of sleep looking for a squishmallow. Why are you sitting here having an issue with what a 3-year-old does? She has a problem with what 3-year-olds do. Candace, that's how you know you've reached the zenith of evil. When you start having issues with what 3-year-olds do. How dare you? You're 3 years old. Imagine her having a battle right now with a 3-year-old. Candace Owens debating a 3-year-old. Like, they probably will have a lot in common. Both of them would butcher the English language.
Maybe Gigi is a light sleeper. It's also just curious that they're all awake. It's 2:45 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what's going on.
It's like she's not a mother.
So Erica is lying because, as we all know, toddlers never wake up at 3 a.m. That's something young kids never, ever, ever do. Well, except for one of my kids. Our almost 2-year-old son wakes up so many times in the middle of the night still that my wife and I are still searching for our first good night of sleep since he was born. Literally, there has not been one night where he has not woken up. But I guess everyone else's toddlers fall asleep on the dot at 9 and then wake up at 7, at which point they precisely jump out of bed and politely ask you for breakfast. Of course, that's how it works. I'm sure Candace, if her kids were crying in the middle of the night, I'm sure she'd just ignore it, right? I mean, is that what we're doing here? Because that's not how things work in my house, at least. But Erica, we're told, isn't the only member of Turning Point who's involved. Here's what Candace wrote just a few months ago. I received information last night that put the final pieces together for me. I can now say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage. Yes, I will be naming names and providing evidence for my claims. You were lied to, and leadership knew. Meanwhile, on Instagram, here's what Candace wrote in December. It feels like today will be the day the government can no longer deny it. Charlie Kirk was assassinated and our military was involved. Can't wait to share this information with you guys today. So that's Turning Point, the military, Erica Kirk, the lawyers, the congressional committees, many of the people in attendance at the events, about 6 different law enforcement agencies. I lost fingers here. All the people planning the evidence and planting it, the medical examiners, the doctors, and so on. This is a pretty big conspiracy, and that's not even getting into the Freemasons, the French Foreign Legion, Charlie's own security detail, some B cult, Rob McCoy, Jewish donors, Egypt, etc., etc., etc. And I'm definitely leaving some out too, because it's hard to keep up with the ever-changing villains. So by my rough estimate, even with the minimal number of conspirators I've discussed so far, this brings us somewhere between, let's say, 800 and 2,000 people who would be involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, assuming, of course, that Candace Owens and Ian Carroll are right. No conspiracy like this has existed in my lifetime, but they want us to believe that the assassination was indeed a conspiracy, but that only the very wise and discerning who watch Candace and watch Ian can detect it. And by the way, this wouldn't simply be a vast and unprecedented conspiracy. It would also be the first major conspiracy theory that actually made less sense than the events that took place as they say they did in the official version. In the official version, it's easy to comprehend how Charlie Kirk was killed. A left-wing militant terrorist inspired by the insanity of gender ideology and leftist politics walked onto a roof and shot him. It's simple and straightforward. He's a madman, like others we've seen from the left quite regularly, who have turned to terrorism. The conspiracy theory, though, makes infinitely less sense The conspiracy theory requires so much participation from so many different actors across law enforcement, Turning Point, the US government, and everyone else in other governments as well, that it simply doesn't make sense. It's the first conspiracy theory that in its own terms muddies everything. It takes a straightforward event and renders it totally incoherent. Like, let's say in the case of COVID, right? The story officially from the government was that some animal got it, right? And then spread it in all these incoherent ways. And that then human beings just did all these crazy things that eventually led it to spread across the world, right? No human involvement. The very clear and actually explainable version that makes sense is that we made this.
You dumb candy ass is sending Robbie death threat, Robbie Starbuck here. Why is he getting death threats? Y'all, he just been laying out all the nonsense that Candace has been saying for 10 months. So it's cool if she says it. If we repeat it, we get death threats. How does that work? Candace, who told you to pop out? Sometimes you got to pop out with a hamburger. Candace, I didn't tell you to pop out. Did I tell you to stay your ass down there? No one's in the mood for a hamburger today. And no, you cannot pay me Tuesday for a hamburger today. No. Not in the mood. She don't know how to act. You got these dumbass cult members. Y'all, shout out to S-Files. And then I tell y'all the cult members act just like Tyler Robinson. Why is he getting death threats? So we go and we repeat the BS she's been saying for 10 months. Somehow we get sentenced to death threats. Why is that a thing? The candy asses are sitting here acting like Tyler Robinson. You got Ian Carroll who literally insulted the man following Jesus Christ 3 days before his death. Now, all of a sudden, he's so interested in what's going on. Man, if you don't kick rocks, boy, you can't make this up. And she want to pop out and show, like, look at my suit and tie. Look, have a hamburger today. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why is he getting death threats? Candy asses, why are you all sending this man death threats? Why? He is repeating what your cult leader said. If anything, you should be happy to hear it again. We're going to laugh at her. But why is that worthy of a death threat? I'm just curious to know. He needs to report all of them. Report all of them.
Human beings made this, and it got released through a lab leak. That's much easier to understand and explain because it has the benefit of making a whole lot of sense, right? When you look at the actual science of it, it made sense. There were things about the COVID virus that were unique that would not have shown up if it came up in the wild. So, of course, you had one thing, the official story, that just didn't really make sense. Things about it felt off, right? And then on the other side, you had a, quote, conspiracy theory, which I was criticized relentlessly for spreading, that it was a lab leak. I took that for years on the chin because I knew I was right. It had the benefit of being true. And I have been absolutely shown to be correct in that case. Now, in this case, it's the reverse. So to be clear, I'm not saying that no conspiracy could have existed. For instance, I don't think it's crazy to believe that Twigs and other trans activists may have had advanced knowledge of the assassination. And I want more answers about that, given the posts that were online from trans accounts that seemed to know that Charlie was going to be killed. I want to know more about George Zinn, the old man who took credit for shooting Charlie, even though he obviously did not. The authorities have apparently cleared them all of wrongdoing.
That's something that we can all ask. Something we tangibly witness in real time. Another man get arrested first. And it was like 6, 7 deep. And this dude was like, oh, his pants fell down and everything. That's something we would like to know more about. What happened with that? Why would he was he having a psychosis moment or what? Why would he sit down and be distracting? Because, I mean, initially you think the first person that was arrested did it probably to help Tyler Robinson get away. They ended up having a manhunt. So maybe he was there to kind of be the watchman and, you know, cry wolf just to get the attention on him while Tyler Robinson gets off the campus. That is reasonable considering the fact that he was arrested and one of the first to be arrested. And that's something that you see common in these types of, you know, crimes like this, where you have a person that's like the lookout person, a getaway person, a getaway car. You have all of that. For him to be able to maneuver around with 3,000 people there at that one event, to be able to get away, especially on top of a roof, where it would have been very noticeable once the video started coming out. To say, hey, somebody was up there on the roof. But it wasn't as if he was spotted right away. So you would think that the lookout guy would give him more time to kind of get away from the campus. So that's something they could divulge a little bit. Maybe they'll talk about it in the hearing, in the trial. Why this man decided to try to take the blame for shooting someone in public. And he did not do it. But that's a reasonable question. But it's not something like they haven't answered that. Why won't Candace ask about that? Why don't you ask the state of Utah prosecutors? Why would this person confess to taking the shot? That's not an unreasonable question. No, you talking about, you know, holes, hamburgers coming out of holes and all this other stuff. Like, you coming up with dumb things that make no sense. Mormon mafia. The hell? But you won't ask, why did the guy that took responsibility, that yelled out, I did it, why did he even do that? Knowing that it would lead to jail time. Maybe there is a connection with that. But explore that, Candace. This nonsense, you just making up BS for no reason, trying to create drama, because you know why? Candace realized, man, being boring does not get views. Funny how that doesn't happen. Because, Candace, you're not talented. You can't make this up. You got to lie like hell to get all the engagement. Let me make sure 300,000 people are listening to my dumbass lies. But if you would actually ask that legitimate question and to figure out, interview the guy that got arrested. Why not go to wherever he is? He still in jail? If he's still in jail, why not go to the jail and actually give him an interview, Candace? Why not do that? And find out, what was he thinking? That's a reasonable question to ask, and you can actually interview him to gauge his mindset. What was going through his head? Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You like this photo? Shout out to Eden Marie up in the house, y'all. Girl, did I tell you that Candyland Biker Babe was taking off? Candyland Biker Babe 7000's got her own channel. I am so subbing. Make sure you all subscribe to Candyland Biker Babe 7000. Oh, man. I told you Candyland Biker Babe was it, girl. I told you, didn't I tell you? Oh, my goodness. Candyland, can you tell us why that dude chose to take the rap for shooting Charlie Kirk? Candyland Biker Babe. We love you. Y'all know this is for all those that are new here. Candyland Biker Babe 7000s. Some funny characters. We have fun. That way, no one, like, I have a couple minds that might not follow all my Candace stuff. I don't want you to get blocked. So just know ahead of time, Candyland Biker Babe 7000 is cool. Okay? Please do not block her. Free Harold. Candy, when you gonna go up there and interview the guy that took blame the first time? He is at least 60 years old. Like, that's something that's worthy of reporting on. And then you telling us how George got that black eye.
But there's still legitimate questions to ask. After all, by his own admission, Twiggs witnessed Robinson engraving bullets, which I would say is very odd behavior, especially when the engravings included Antifa messaging that was later used in the assassination. On top of that, Twiggs' text messages with Robinson following the shooting were very stilted and awkward, almost as if they had been planned ahead of time to exonerate Twiggs. That's, of course, very different from claiming the texts are not real. Law enforcement do have a digital copy of the device, and the texts are indisputably real, despite what some like Candace have said. Additionally, as I said, several trans activists were posting on social media about something big happening at Utah Valley University in advance of the shooting for reasons that no one has ever explained. Here's a few of those posts. Quote, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. And here's another one. You guys, I have something big coming soon. Just be sure to check the news. You'll know when you see it. Then, after Charlie was shot, that same poster writes, well, that's that. Another chud bites the dust. These are posts that, according to the FBI, were investigated. Evidently, the authorities have concluded these individuals may not have known about the attack. Obviously, we have no idea whether they did or didn't, but it seems plausible at a minimum that they were tipped off in advance. The alternative explanation is that they were messing around on social media as a way of threatening Charlie and his supporters. Threats of violence like this are pretty common among trans activists and the left in general. I know this because I've experienced this. Either way, though, this kind of conspiracy is very different from the ones you're hearing about from Candace Owens. This is a theory that's based on observable evidence, common sense, and deduction. It's not based on incoherent conjecture or theories that absolutely contradict one another. Nor does it build an incomprehensible number of people into a conspiracy. It also has the advantage of making kind of good sense. It's not crazy to conclude that several trans activists may have been alerted to the pre-planned assassination. On the other hand, it is clearly unreasonable to believe that thousands of independent professionals are interested in participating in the murder and cover-up of Charlie Kirk, either for the benefit of our government or some foreign government. It's also unreasonable to believe that Israel or any other state would accept the risks of assassinating a domestic political star in the US like Charlie Kirk, especially one who hasn't really opposed their interests. For Israel specifically, exposure would mean killing an American citizen on American soil, an alliance-ending, war-triggering act, all to silence one man. The risk-reward math there is insane, especially given how many people would need to be involved. The truth is, the conspiracies scale terribly. The probability of a leak approaches certainty as participants grow. Nothing is leaked because there's nothing to leak. But as you've probably experienced, it is very difficult to make that point to someone who believes wholesale what Candace is selling. If you're finding it difficult to convince people of this truth, here's a short version. Your theory requires the world's smartest killers to pick the world's dumbest plan, leave the shooter alive, leave his texts intact, and fool everyone except you and Candace Owens, who recently discovered that thunder is caused by lightning. Yes, she really did not know that.
Okay, I have to tell you guys something before we get into comments, because I need to know that I'm not the only person who didn't know this. Okay, I didn't know this, but also Savannah didn't know this, so at least two of us didn't know this. I was on a walk with my husband, and it was thundering, I think, and I was like, oh, no big deal. We can keep walking because there's no light.
Savannah, you hear that? She trying to call you stupid. No. Candace, you are the only one that did not know that. Candace, oh, you precious bucket. What you mean? She said, I don't feel alone. Savannah, someone I hired to work for me, also did not know about thunder. Savannah, you good with that? Candace said you know nothing about thunder or weather. Oh my God, can you imagine this all day, every day? George, are you gonna wave a white flag, or how long are you gonna keep this nonsense up?
And he was like, what do you mean by that?
And I said, like, it's just thunder. Lightning is the problem. And then my husband was like, that it can't thunder without lightning, right? That thunder is the sound of lightning.
Fortunately for this country, the upcoming trial itself is a ticking time bomb for these theories. They'll only get more preposterous as a result. The preliminary hearing alone has done immense damage to the credibility of these theories, and the trial will end them for good. Well, at least among people that are thinking with any modicum of common sense. For now, though, this is not over. There's an adversarial legal process where every piece of evidence, the round, the rifle, the DNA, the digital records, it's going to be examined by hostile people with subpoena power in public for years. The process is going to have enormous benefit for the public, even if it is wholly damaging and hurtful to the family. That's because the conspiracy doesn't just need to have survived September 2025. It needs to survive cross-examination indefinitely. No planner signs up for an operation whose cover story must withstand the best funded scrutiny you can provide. That's because no operation can withstand that kind of scrutiny. And with each passing day, more and more people are realizing that. They're realizing that they've been lied to, not by the government or Turning Point, but by people who are desperate for clicks and revenue. And don't mistake that for me saying that you should always trust the government, because by no means am I saying that. And here's the thing. I want to be very clear about this as well. I am not saying that people who have believed Candace Owens are stupid. I am not saying they're hopelessly irredeemable or gullible. I'm saying that Candace has taken advantage, whether by choice or by accident or by virtue of some sort of mental thing going on with her, of folks who have a natural impulse to believe that Tyler Robinson, a degenerate left-wing loser by every metric, couldn't have possibly taken down a giant like Charlie. It seems impossible to fathom. Nothing like this assassination has occurred in living memory for most of us. And when
in living memory, meaning Candace, we were not alive when JFK was shot. Why do you keep referencing that? And JFK was the president of the United States. You can't make this up. You try to compare this like this is JFK. No, it's not. You have a lot of people that were there in person that have never witnessed that happen in their lifetime. Someone being publicly executed like that. On that scale. Because I don't want to say that these people may have never seen anyone be unalive, but not on that scale where you got 3,000 people watching in person. And then you have millions watching virtually. And the only thing she can do is reference something in an era that she was not allowed to witness. When you cannot recall facts correctly, Candace, or you don't understand the freezing point of water, history will not be your strong suit. Neither is science, or math, or English, or journalism. It's just crazy. So I'm like, what? Who's y'all? Why is he getting death threats? Because if he's saying he's getting death threats, why are the Candace cult members sending death threats to everybody? They just want people dead, or they want people in fear of death. It's so stupid. He just can't repeat all this nonsense that Candace has been saying for 10 months. Now, if you talk about a repeater and we don't like it, yeah, we're gonna throw stones to your doc. Just like Tyler Robinson. Candace and her cohorts and her cult act just like Tyler Robinson.
Something unprecedented occurs, something that seems impossible to fathom, conspiracies naturally become very tempting. I myself struggled to search for meaning in the aftermath of his death. I had just spoken to him and done a show with him less than a week before. It's like a mosquito taking down Superman. It just doesn't make sense, which is why a lot of people frantically began searching for an explanation worthy of Charlie. And you can't accuse me of being afraid of a conspiracy theory. I was targeted alongside Charlie for this very thing. We had to go to the Supreme Court of the United States together because the Biden administration and others tried to have us censored on social media for spreading our own, quote, conspiracy theories about elections and COVID, which, by the way, we ended up being 100% correct about. So this isn't about a general, shh, don't ever believe a conspiracy theory take. Clearly, evil forces do evil things. There are plenty of conspiracies that do exist. This just isn't one of them. And to the extent that any conspiracy is underway, it's a very organized and well-funded effort by the absolute worst people on the planet, including leftists and foreign actors, to absolve the left of committing murder in plain sight and then celebrating it all over the internet. And it's disgusting to me that some people who are supposed to be on our side, who are supposed to be Charlie's friends, have helped them to do that. It's also an effort by some very sinister and resentful people to tap into their resentment rather than pursue the truth. And if you doubt that for a moment, watch this.
She's a female. She's like, I'm just scared, and like I'm looking online, and people are saying like they're just saying that like they want me to die, and I'm just so overwhelmed right now, Mr. Vice President. I'm just so overwhelmed. Dab, dab, dab. No tears. I'm so overwhelmed. And he was probably like, oh my God. And my kids, I just don't want my kids to be an orphan, Mr. Vice President. I know, I'm so sorry.
Why do you care if she did not go to UGA? She didn't owe you that. You don't control her life. She can make whatever decision she wants. If she wants to cancel going on a week tour, so what? You keep trying to put your little demonic behind in her life where you don't belong. This is why she doesn't sit here and talk about her. You know, you say Candace and all of a sudden demon spawns start to come up out the ground. Candyland Biker Babe 7,000. Your little chocolate flower is guilty. Guilty, Candyland. Shout out to Candyland Biker Babe 7,000. My little chocolate flower. Candace, you should not care at all whether she cancels or goes to event. None of that should matter to you unless you had planned on doing something and she was ruining your plans. Candace, did she ruin your plans by canceling that UGA event? Did you have to wing it at the last minute for the White House Correspondents' Dinner? You're already stalking her. You know, those direct sources and contacts live in her building. Of course, they're going to call you when she's leaving the building. She's going to the dinner. You want us to follow? Okay, how far back? Okay, cool. You paying us this week, right? You gonna give us some money? Candace, where's my $7,000? This is madness. She literally acts as if she has the authority to control someone's life or emotions or reactions or grieving process. No, you don't. You are literally, Candace, you are literally insignificant in the grand scheme of Erica Kirk's life. You are simply forcing yourself on her. And it's starting to make you look more and more like you know, everything's fake and gay to you. Because it is to her and George. George, are you coming out the closet? Lady Luck Club is going live with Jared from Continue Freedom. Oh, I'm getting the popcorn. I'll make a sandwich. Andy, you're an idiot.
That's what I think went down.
Don't let people like this succeed. And I feel horrible saying this because Candace and I had done events together. I considered her a friend. I believe I'm actually, and I don't know this to be true, I didn't fact check this, so somebody can fact check it, but I believe I'm the only person that did not run for president and ran for some other office that Candace Owens endorsed. I don't think she's endorsed a bunch of other congressional people. You know, obviously, people who don't know my story, I ran for Congress. I was leading in the polls, and then I was removed from the ballot, you know, I think like a month or two before the election, and people couldn't vote for me. But she was one of many endorsements, including Charlie. Charlie also endorsed me. So I'm not saying this because I like have some animus against Candace. In fact, I tried to write her something kind of nice when all of this began, like trying to search out the soul behind this. I'm not going to post that because unlike her, I think it's really not very classy when people post private messages to one another. But I did try to reach out to her. And the Candace that I remember would have written back. The Candace I remember would have tried to at least explain what is going on there. Because what she's doing has hurt a lot of people that previously had respect for her. Don't let these people
Let me tell you something. Candace always been like this. It's called fake it till you make it. I tell you that right now. That's the one thing I was exposed to day one when I started college. It was a whole song. And I thought that was the worst motto ever. Because if you start teaching people to fake it till you make it, you're stripping away their identity and their ability to be genuine and authentic. They're not going to want to be themselves. Because there has to be some expectation of whatever you think you're faking to get along in life. Candace has stepped on the backs of whole movements to get ahead. And now she has 2 lawsuits sitting in her lap that probably will cost her just as much as she thinks she's earned in the last, 8-9 years. And she should continue to be sued. Period. Because when you cannot provide factual evidence and documentation, when you're accusing someone of a crime, you should be held accountable. And you should be sued into oblivion because you don't care about the aftermath of this person not being able to get business or get a job because you're out here defaming them. So why should they care about you being sued and then being told by a judge you got to pay up? Let that happen. Yeah, people that had to relocate from UVU because the neighborhood was looking for them. This is what her dumbass cult does. And because they all failed to read, I am calling them idiots. They just gonna go after people because she said their name and put up a picture. The problem is, where's the consequence? I don't give a damn how her cult members feel. Where is the consequence for that? Because you have people out here right now sitting in jail for issuing death threats. No one should be okay with that. No one. So I'm just saying, like, sue ass. That should be like, okay, it's time for some consequence. It's time that you out here doxing whole police sergeants and stuff. Of all the testimonials given, why the police sergeant again? There's no rhyme or reason to it. Oh, okay, cool. So your intent was to harass and threaten the docs. 99% of judges would find her wrong, in the wrong, and they would issue a judgment against her for that. If that police sergeant wanted to sue Candace, she would have a slam dunk case. By the time you get through establishing foundation and history, this pattern of behavior, the fact that she has been doxing for 8 years minimum and had a whole website doing that, yeah, no, that's sufficient enough to prove preponderance of the evidence. That's just in a civil matter. That would be sufficient. And I would be there to help testify against her dumbass. Because you can't sit here and put people's lives in danger and think you're not supposed to suffer any consequences for that. No, you got to come and help them.
Behold the reaction that we saw from the left in this country when they made it abundantly clear that they would happily slaughter anyone who stands in their way, whether it's a health insurance CEO, the president of the United States, or a conservative activist like Charlie. Mm-hmm. We must never forget what these people stand for. It is everything Charlie fought against. And now that a trans lover-having man named Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie, it is on us to get serious and to destroy the leftist ideology that might as well have pulled the trigger. The left wants you and I to suffer the same fate as Charlie. That doesn't matter if you're a moderate watching this or if you're someone like me who's a conservative activist like Charlie was. Trans activists in particular are increasingly becoming deluded and homicidal, which is what we all expected and said would happen when their ideology began to crumble. Because like this whole theory, it's a belief system built to crumble upon itself once you start to question it. A belief system built on lies and deception, which is what leftism is, simply cannot last very long without extreme bloodshed because they can't win a natural debate. It can only survive by destroying and silencing anyone who dissents. And it's precisely because of Charlie's work, which prioritized the truth above all else, that these ghouls are going to fail. So for Charlie, try to explain this to loved ones who've bought into these theories. I have some, and I hope this shakes them awake, because the math simply is not mathing.
Nope.
And if you apply a few doses of logic to this, it falls apart. You know, sometimes I'm lost for words when it comes to Charlie. I still wake up on a regular basis, and he's the first face that pops in my head because I think about what we all lost. I believe we all need to have some grace with people who have bought into these things because, like I said, I struggled to find a way to explain how such a small, pathetic, barely a human being like Tyler Robinson could take down a giant. It's just nonsensical, right? It's nonsensical. But I'm also evidence-based like Charlie. I'm also the type of person who's analytical, and I want to do the math on a problem.
Right.
The math here does not make sense. It does not make sense within these theories that are being sold by people who profit every time you click, every time you watch. That's why I'm coming here today to tell you I have no agenda. Nobody's paying me. I'm not keeping money for monetization from this video. I think it's disgusting that influencer wars and drama and people saying stupid things to each other has become the narrative instead of a spiritual revival to bring praise to Jesus like Charlie would have been so proud of after he died. That's where the focus should be. Instead, it's on influencer wars. Instead, it's on, Candace said this pithy thing to this person. Oh my gosh, can you believe she said that? Oh my gosh, can you believe they said that? I don't care. And to be honest, another question I want to ask people, what have people like Candace Owens actually done? Like, what wins are they stacking up for the right in America? What wins are they stacking?
Candace not stacking anything. She doesn't care if apparently she doesn't care if her own political platform wins. What does she claim to be nowadays? Last time I heard, she was independent and neutral, and she's not going one way or the other. She's still claiming to be a conservative. When are they going to give her the boot? Because, at this point, she's certainly not helping. She acts just like Tyler Robinson. So I just, as a apolitical neutral person here, what's going on? Why hang on to her? Whatever version of Candace you thought you knew probably never existed. She just faked it till she made it. And now that she is in this lavender marriage with George Farmer, who's a multimillionaire, and she's bringing all this money by lying like hell. She's got this cult following of 6 million bots. It's kind of like, all right, well, I have no more use for you all. Bye. That's why she can get to the point of this level of savagery. This is savage, what she's doing. She doesn't care whose lives she's putting in danger. Doxing without, consequence. She doesn't care. She's acting just like Tyler Robinson. When is the consequence going to come for that? That's the question. You can just pray it away and ignore it if you want. But then when you find it hard to go outside and look over your shoulder, then, hopefully that never happens to anybody. That's what we should be wanting to prevent. No one should have to live like that. No one should have to exist like that. Well, you can't go outside. What you mean? But the liberty and freedom that God gave us all, you mean to tell me I can't go outside? I got to wonder if a candy-ass cult member is coming around? Why? Who wants to live like that? Certain things just cannot be ignored and prayed away. No. Certain things just, you got to take to the court of law. Thou art to obey the laws of the land. Why is that scripture going over anybody's head? Certain things you just can't ignore. It is what it is. I don't sit here and respond to all the little dumb things she does on X, but stuff like that doxing, you're going to get enough of that heifer. I don't give a damn about your cult members not liking federal laws. I don't care. They can go to jail with you. If you end up doing something where you end up committing a crime, they should lock Candace up. Her cult members can go with her. That's the thing. They want to sit here and be one-sided and hypocritical. They want everything to bend in their favor. That's not how this works. But they won't tell Candace, don't do that. You know, you have a history of doing this. This is something people can take you down on. And you'll definitely get sued. Why would you want to do anything to bring on more lawsuits into your life? And then you don't want to go to court? Candace, you going to court July 27th or what? But she's so worried about Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearings, but can't even go to her own court hearing. I thought she wanted subpoena power. She wants the courts to dismiss those lawsuits. She's not trying to go through the process. But yet the cult members aren't asking her about that. Now, are they?
Backing up for people in America. Because, you know, I thought about this myself. Everything I do is for a purpose, and you can check this against journalists in the media space from left to right. I turn down a vast majority of opportunities I am asked to be a part of. I turn down the vast majority of hits on TV I'm asked to do. Why? Because I'm not here just to feel important. I'm not here to be famous. That's never my goal. That's never been my intent. I've done a very good job on my own, creating a life for my family that can make them comfortable and be able to fight for the things I believe in. And I'm very proud of that. I don't depend on this for my income. What matters to me with everything I do is that I have a purpose, something I want to accomplish with it. With our movie, The War on Children, our stated goal from the jump was to get laws passed that would ban transgender procedures and hormones for minors. It was also to get the death penalty on the table for pedophiles. We accomplished both of those things. Those are wins, not just for the right in America, for sanity in America. My DEI project, we changed the policy sets at the biggest companies in the world. A gargantuan task that everyone said was impossible. We did it. We are moving the needle on Wall Street to get rid of crazy policy sets that have forced leftism into American businesses for too long, all the way down the scale, all the way to suppliers, small businesses in the places you live. We've stopped crazy hiring practices that were happening on the basis of race. We've done so many things on so many different fronts as a family. My wife and I have dedicated ourselves to this, to get actual tangible wins for the amount of time we expend in the political space. So when you see me in media, you see me doing stuff, it is always for a purpose to bring wins. It's for W's. We want to stack them every step of the way. When you watch Candace, you need to ask yourself, what win is she stacking up? Because right now it looks like the only win is happening in her bank account. And me personally, I'm not cool with that. And I don't think this is the same Candace that I was friends with. And just to be very clear, I'm not saying she's a clone. I know on her show, that's probably what people would think I'm saying.
Yeah, they're going to think you know, when you say, I don't get paid for this, they still going to accuse you to get paid for this. That's why I tell them flat out, okay, go ahead and pay me for this then. How many invoices we got? We got 3 variations of invoices, Candace. Are you sending me the $7,000 or are you going to call the Israeli prime minister? How this gonna go? Child laugh at it. I'm like, let that happen. This so far, this is my sole source of income. So cool. You want to send me $7,000, Israel? Go ahead. For some reason, her dumb cult members think that dictates what I say. Nobody run this but God. Can't make this up. I call it like it is.
I'm saying that something has happened. I don't know if it's spiritual. I don't know if it's mental. I don't know what's what, but I do know this doesn't seem like the same person. And that does make me sad. And I do hope that Candace looks in the mirror and has a real heart change on this. Maybe she sits down and is confronted with the math. I don't know. You know, I know there's a lot of people that I know who feel like that's like an impossible ask, but I believe that with Jesus, nothing's impossible. I believe that Jesus can redeem any one of us. That doesn't mean that there can't be, you know, consequences, penalties for people who do bad things, obviously. But I think that Jesus is the great redeemer. There is hope in him. And there is hope in everybody in that context, right? I'm not Jesus, though. So I love Jesus. I want to live a life that obviously makes Jesus proud, but I'm not Jesus. And for me, I feel like it is my duty as somebody who loved Charlie to stand up and to say what is happening here is wrong. It is simply wrong. His death, his murder is not entertainment. And people have turned it into that. It's turned into infotainment, and it's pretty sick. It's really pretty sick. This isn't Dateline, okay? This isn't a thing to keep you entertained week to week. Candace is a very talented individual, though. I'm not going to be one of those people who pretend she isn't. She's very talented at what she
She's just loud and dumb. Ciao.
does. She's engaging, and I understand why people like watching her. I actually do. The problem is, what is she doing that is actually helping people?
Nothing.
And that's not a short-term question. That is a long-term question. And I would pose that to her directly. And I'm happy to have a conversation with her directly. I have absolutely no qualms about that. So if she wants to talk after this is out there, I'm happy to talk.
Oh, Lord.
I really hope that there is a turn here and that people wake up. The math doesn't make sense. Okay. It does not make sense. And this is only going to get more embarrassing as the trial continues. So please, if you do one thing, I want you to tune all of us out, including me. I don't need your clicks. Candace doesn't. Well, I mean, maybe she doesn't need your clicks. She takes this as income. I don't need your clicks, though. A lot of us influencers and
listen, hit the like button. We're not playing with this, because the idea that someone gets to sit here and send death threats and harass and bully and target people and dox people, it's disturbing to the soul. We have the right to live and exist in peace. Peace in our mind, peace in our home, peace in our jobs, peace. And that's not peace when you're sitting here being subjected to doxing. And him saying that, she's like, oh, you have a conversation? Now he's getting death threats. He's getting death threats. You see how they're not, these people aren't trying to be reasonable at all. Candace Owens and her dumb coat of cohorts are not trying to be reasonable. They're not trying to have a conversation. They think they somehow control the internet because reasons. It's not how it works. There's some punk asses, though, that don't want to get reported to the FBI or the police. They over here whining and crying like that stops anything. It don't stop anything. She's an idiot. You put people's lives in danger when you dox them like that. The whole family of the police sergeant, we don't need to know who these people are. And I'm so glad he said all of this. But being a Christian doesn't mean we have to be pushovers. I keep saying that. Jesus was not a punk. He meant what he said when he said, do not turn the house of prayer into a den of thieves, and then he flipped over tables. Jesus stood on business, as the young kids say. The young kids say, I'm standing on business. Jesus stood on business. He meant what he said. And it's not often you see Jesus in the Word of God flipping over tables, but when he had to, he did it. This doesn't mean you have to be a coward or anything. It just means you need to understand you have the right to live and exist in peace and harmony. And for the laws that we have in this land, we should obey them. The Word of God commands us to do that. And anything beyond that is disrespectful as hell. Why would Candace's cohorts be mad for reporting her for doxing? They don't even want to read federal laws about it. I don't even think they have the comprehension to do that. But that's how they act. They would rather send death threats and keep breaking laws than to actually read laws and tell her, we're not with this with you doxing. What information, what is the importance of this information? You just going off, reading off relatives' names and stuff. You're doing this to be intimidating, to silence someone. Because the first thing people are going to think, she's out here going through my entire family lineage, knowing that it's going to incite her dumbass cult to violence because they are like Tyler Robinson. And now we're all being put in danger. Maybe we shouldn't say anything. That's what that means when it comes to intent to harass. You know that if you put somebody out there, more than likely they're going to get harassed and get death threats and get targeted and get bullied. And then have stalkers. And then get, what you call it? Ghost block, ghost shadow, something like that. Shadow banned. There it is. Shadow banned. Now you gotta worry about views and stuff fluctuating because you're being shadow banned because the stupid cult members don't know how to act. And then above all, they think we're supposed to give a damn. We don't. But understand, if you want to go out here and knuck if you buck. Then when we buck back, shut up. Don't say anything. Take it like a champion. Jesus had to buck back at least one good time. And he made it epic when he did. That's the one good thing that we can all recall. When Jesus had to buck back, he only had to do it once.
People with big accounts, we can survive with a few less clicks, okay? Get into yourself, get into the word, get into the Bible, okay? Get into prayer. Think deeply yourself. Watch the full trial. Keep a notepad. Write out any inconsistencies that bother you. Write things down. Work out the math problems here. Think about how many people would need to be involved in each one of those inconsistencies, okay? I want you to critically think about the evidence yourself. I'm saying don't rely on me to do it. Don't rely on Candace. Don't rely on anybody. Rely on yourself to think it through, okay? And at the end of it, you can tune back into all of us and see what makes sense. See if up is up. See if down is down. Or see if people are lying about things that you clearly know they are lying about because you witnessed the trial yourself. That's the best thing you can do. I'm encouraging you to just be a free thinker, an actual free thinker. Examine this stuff yourself at trial when the full evidence is out there. But even before we get to that, the math here should make you deeply uncomfortable with believing what she is selling on a week-to-week basis and deeply uncomfortable with continuing to give clicks for something that I think is so heinous and vile.
Yep.
Until next time, keep up the good fight.
Very nice. Well done. Well done. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Woo child. Listen, y'all, we know we got Jared from Continue Freedom coming up next. That is going to be in the separate live. Oh, man, you got shadow banned for a year? I think Fazbe's getting shadow banned still. He had to get, he closed his X account. I'm like, what? See, that's stuff like that, man. Oh, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And I just, all the information that's out there that people are putting out there, you know, whether you like the person or not, it should be the information they provide that you, at the very least, should be able to fact check. When I put up information about laws, fact check me. Fact check me. Go over and see if this, you Google this law, if you pull up this law, put in this statute code, see what comes up. Because laws are laws. Your tantrum, the candy ass tantrums aren't going to cause them to go away. Laws are laws. You don't understand how this is interpreted in court? Case law, precedents. Read case law. They walk around as if, oh no, the agony of you saying you're going to report her. I am. I have. And I shall. Now, the Utah Police Department are taking in complaints. Boy, this stuff it just writes itself. All because they were reckless. All the good channels get shadow banned. Yeah, because when you start telling the truth and you're saying things that doesn't go along with the masses, you're saying things they don't like, they go out and send death threats, apparently. And YouTube let this stuff happen. How many times has Candace doxed someone and her videos are still up? For goodness sake, she had a whole website. Joshua Carr got doxed. Yep. They doxing people over there on X like crazy. For what? They'll go to one of my previous videos, like a video I did up in January. Is this you? Where you get it from? Did you not get that from my profile? You know, it's such a stupid question. No, I call them stupid every chance I get. Chabu. Because they are morons. It's just that simple. So, y'all, we got to check up out of here. Thank y'all so much. Listen, today has been a day. Let's get these supers in right quick. Nikki B with the $20 super. Want to support you and the work you do on exposing the truth in CO. Thank you. Amy with 440s. Jibs, Uncle Alert. Make sure you guys subscribe to Robbie Starbuck. This is his YouTube channel, I believe. Make sure you go check him out. Jacqueline, thank you for the $9.99 super. Gary said, how does CO not know what their kids look like if she's his bestie? When she said she couldn't identify them all, Graham Allen said he's been around them maniacs and are spitting images of Charlie Kirk. They do look like the little boy. Definitely look like he favors dad. That's what I'm saying. Has she ever met the kids? I wouldn't even want her to at this point. I'm gonna be honest. I would not even want Candace to go around Charlie Kirk's kids at this point. Because I don't trust her state of mind. Like sometimes, people, they'll fool you in a minute. Yeah, she'll take her kids to Russia in a war zone area. But who knows how she'll act if she saw his kids. Knowing deep down she probably wished they were hers. Can't make this up. Yeah, that would be bad. I want her to stay far away from them kids at this point. But shout out to you. Yeah. If you are a true friend, yeah, you would know. But of course she doesn't. She doesn't care. Oh, thank you so much. Eda Marie came up in here, y'all. Make sure you guys go check out her YouTube channel. Along with Candyland Parker Babe 7000. I hope March wants it the $10 super says Candyland Barker Baby 7K looks like my Tia Juanita. Your aunt. Shout out to you. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much. There's a statue code there. Candace, you're breaking the law. You're an idiot. Shout out to S-Files as well. Shout out to my moms, you guys. Make sure you guys go and support them and support all the fantastic content creators that came up in here. What's going on, Colleen? We're about to get ready for our live with Jerry from Continue Freedom in a minute. But I want to thank all of you all for your support. Like I said today, my employer decided to release my employment. So I will be doing a lot more live streams and pre-recorded videos, as well as looking for a job in between until this does take off to where I can do this full time. Because I really want to do this full time. It's time for me to work for myself. It's funny, one prayer saying, God, let it be so if this is meant for me. Remove me out the situation or remove the situation for me. And today, they were like, oh, well, we thank you for doing well. But, there was some performance issues and you not doing well. Yeah, pick one. Either I suck or I don't. Then it came down to my ADA request. It was just crazy. And you guys, if you have memberships, the video is there on my membership of the meeting that occurred where they were trying to ignore my doctor's request for my ADA. Go figure. You can't make that up. So I got all the documentation. I'm just trying to see if I want to invest energy in pursuing something legal, because that is absolute retaliation. And I got the documentation from my doctor's office too. So you can't discriminate, even in a right to hire, right to fire state. You can't discriminate because of medical conditions or disabilities. You can't do that. But if you do have a membership, the video is there where I recorded last year of them telling me basically it was their just a personal choice on them actually following my doctor's recommendation for the accommodation. I know, Jude later. So I'm just contemplating if I want to take a legal route with that or what my options are. Because it would take time and energy to do that. And right now I'm like, Lord, just either let me get something or let this grow and pick up steam a little bit. And that way I can do this. I just right now, I know I can't afford an attorney, but yeah, I know. The ADA is the American Disabilities Act. So if you have a medical disability and you need an accommodation when it comes to your employer, you can fill out the forms, and your doctor has to do their part, and your employer gets the information and then assess what your accommodations are and what is reasonable for them to be able to do. It's the Americans Disability Act. That's ADA. So when you get an ADA accommodation, it's because of that. Yeah. Yeah. Hope that answered your question. So it happens. It happens. See, Candace, I can do this all day as well. Oh man, let's get to, yeah, I know it's retaliation. Absolutely. I told them that. I actually emailed HR while they were on the Zoom call with me, and emailed them and said, this is flat out retaliation. You do understand they're terminating me. And so, yeah. But either way, God is still good. God is still good. So make sure you guys hit that like button. That'll go a long way. Subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. If you're not, let's get to 50,000 Lucksters. Share the content, share the videos. Let's get ready for the next live with Continued Freedom. I am excited for our discussion. And you guys tune in if you can and support and hit that like button. Ways to donate, scrolling around, supers, Cash App, Zelle, all that good stuff. Candace owed me $10,000. I did not turn myself in for nothing. Ben Shapiro, we got to go to lunch again. All right, y'all be good. We'll see you all in the next one. Thank y'all so much. And until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.